Sun lights up the daytime, moon lights up the night. I love it when you call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Everybody's got the fever, that's something you all know. Fever isn't such a new thing, fever started long ago.
Romeo loved Juliet, Juliet, she felt the same. But when he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame, thou giveth fever. When we kiss, a fever with thy flaming youth. Fever, I'm a fire, a fever, yeah, I burn forsooth.
Captain Smith and Pocahontas
Say what?
had a very night affair.
Yes, they did.
When her daddy tried to kill him, he said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare, it gives me fever. With his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus, Daddy, won't you treat him right? Now you've listened to my story, and here's the point that I have made. Chicks are born to give you fever, be it Fahrenheit or centigrade.
They give you fever when you kiss them, a fever if you live and learn. A fever till you sizzle, what a lovely way to burn.
What a lovely way to burn.
What a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn.
KUAMSM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Yeah. Na, 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 na. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, boy, yeah, my heart said follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line, yeah. But the way to feel is fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string, yeah. 'Cause I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb, yeah. I wanna know when you're gonna come. Soon, I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. No, 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 no. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. 'Cause if summer is here and I'm still waiting there, It's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door, yeah, and I still can't knock so much. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now, for I to knock someone. In life I know there is lots of grief, yeah, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting for my turn soon, and I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain. No, I don't wanna wait in vain. No, I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love.
Yes, sir.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
From walking home and talking lows, seeing chirps in evening clothes with you, from nervous touch and getting drunk, to staying up and waking up with you. And now we're slipping at the edge, holding something we don't need. Oh, this delusion in our heads is gonna bring us to our knees. So come on, let it go, just let it be. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me. Everything that's broke, leave it to the breeze. Why don't you be you, and I'll be me, and I'll be me. From throwing clothes across the floor, to teething clothes and slamming doors at you. If this is all we're living for, why are we doing it anymore? I used to recognize myself. It's funny how reflections change. It's funny how it can becoming something else I need. Come on, let it go, just let it be. And why don't you be you, and I'll be me. Everything that's broke, leave it to the breeze. And why don't you be you, and I'll be me, and I'll be me. Trying to fit your hand inside of mine when we know it just don't belong. There's no force on earth can make me feel right. No, trying to push this problem up the hill when it's just too heavy to hold. Think now's the time to let it slide. So come on, let it go. Just let it be. And why don't you be you, and I'll be me. Everything that's broke, to the breeze. Let the ashes fall. Forget about me. So come on, let it go. Let it to the breeze. And why don't you be you, and I'll be me, and I'll be me.
Ja uli die sombran zerten mag et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupu gipalu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Chamoru Puritanota Kantai Matunonya Gitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpaya Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpaya
sent from above, my shooting star. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be. All my life I've longed to hold the one that sets me free. I found you, and in my heart I know you're meant for me. Ooh, it's hard to find the word. I don't know what to say, but my heart will let you know. Oh, there you were, the one that I've been waiting for, my answered prayer, like an angel sent from above, my shooting star. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be. You are my love, my dream, my meant to be.
All right, good morning. Sorry you're not getting any good morning, Guam. It's a Good Friday. Right here on the link, 620. My name's Chris. Right on. Mike V on the ones and twos, if you will. KUAM TV, good morning on this Good Friday. We'll get your mass schedule. I know there's obviously masses going on today. It's 620, the second day of April already. I was laying in bed last night before I went to sleep. Wow, it's April already. Mike, it's April already. Remember how fast last year? I mean, last year was so weird because when you look back at it, you're like, wow, that went by fast. But when you were in it, it was slow. So here on this Good Friday, Jason, good morning, Jay.
Good morning, half a day, everybody, and happy Good Friday.
Sabrina Salas-Mantanani is actually en route to the scene of what we're being told is a serious car crash in the Kmart area. So she's going to be popping in the Zoom very, very soon. Jay, did we happen to have the mass schedules?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mass, if you didn't see it last night, it was a very, very nice Mass. It's 6 o'clock last night. Today, the Good Friday Mass is going to be 2:30 Stations of the Cross, and then 3 o'clock, which you'll be able to watch on KUM TV. And we're going to share the link on our Facebook page. 3 o'clock is the Mass for Good Friday. And then tomorrow is the Easter Vigil at 7 p.m. And then, of course, there are 4 Masses if you want to attend in person or watch on the Cathedral's Facebook page. That they do, like all their Masses, they do a really, really good job. We're going to have the 9:30 Mass.
Nice. Good morning, Facebook Live. Good morning, Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, Julie Rose Mesa. Good morning from Killeen, Texas. Jenny Mesa writes, Buenas, Guam. Elsie Regis, good morning, team. God bless our friends at Burger King with Rudolfo Jr. Good morning, half a day. Thank you.
And happy 32nd
Birthday. Wow. That's still very young.
Yeah. Well, when you're old men like us.
Yeah. 32 looks pretty
I
good.
still think it's crazy between the three of us. I'm the baby in the room.
Yeah.
And I turned 47 in a couple
You're
weeks.
just a big baby, Jason. So yeah, happy birthday, Burger King, and remember it's a Fishy Friday, so you can get the Impossible Whopper, the BK Big Fish. What do we got? Julie Rose Mace, half a day, Chris. Good morning, Julie Rose. Adonis on this Good Friday. Jesus is alive, conquered hell and death. Give him your life every day in every way
Amen.
for an eternity of joy and happiness. John 3:16. Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Yes, always. Brian Kaipat, good morning, Brian. Good morning, Guam, all the way from Las Vegas. The singer Amani sitting right next to me, sending light and love and positive vibes. Let's go. What's up, Amani girl? Din Regis Teodoro, good morning, Guam. Rosemary LaGuardia, good morning, team. Peter Regis. Buenas KUM team. Chris, Jason, Mike. Happy Easter to all. Ray Dakanayawa. Good AM GU. Who else we got here? Teresa Elizabeth Oganapati. Buenas from Las Vegas.
There are a lot of Chamorros in I mean, remember like maybe about Chris 10, 15 years ago, there was this huge amount of local teachers that went to Reno and Vegas because housing was really, really cheap there.
Oh,
They
yeah,
had
yeah,
a
yeah.
huge amount. They had a big demand for teachers. 3 years later, I know most of them, like the ones I know that left, most of them came back.
It's Good Friday, but I'm having a bad hair day. Roberto Fracassini. Buongiorno, Guam. Good morning, Mr. Fracassini.
Good day for a run. Have a good one.
Is it? It's raining.
Well, no, it was raining super hard this morning. That's
Yeah, it
what got
was.
me up.
Yep. TJ Cruz, good and great morning. Melanie Untalon, good morning. Good Friday. Yeah, this is the day where you got to be really quiet. I mean, it's Holy Week, but Good Friday. Ooh.
Hey, Link fam, are any of you going to any processions today? Because I know Tyler is going to. She's going to try and zoom in later on and show what's going on at Mount Lam Lam.
They're going up the mountain?
I believe so. Or Tyler, maybe she's just covering it and she's going to
Right,
do that. But-
yeah. So remember we had Father Paul on earlier this week, and that was surprised to find out that's not church. I don't know, is sanction the right word? It's not like a church
Recognized,
event. Yeah,
endorsed,
so
yeah.
Good Friday when they go up the mountain.
You know, who used to do that all the time was the Mongmong Parish.
Mongmong Parish, you should go up the mountain. Right,
What-
yeah.
They always did that.
Which,
Yeah.
of course, is where Joser does the ministry there.
Right, yeah.
He does the audio-visual stream.
And I always thought about that because, man, I hiked Mount Lam Lam, I guess is what it's called, a few times during the pandemic. And every time you come to that Blessed Mary, there's a little grotto there with the rosary beads and stuff. I always thought, man, I wonder if they're going to walk up the mountain. Because they didn't do it last year, obviously, because the pandemic. So just kind of wondering about this year. That's good. She's going down there this morning then.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, nice. It's going to be a little slippery, guys. Be safe.
Yes, please be safe.
Oh, wow. Therese Elizabeth Oganapati says, you look good for April Fool's Day. Okay.
You know what else is happening right now in the States?
In the States.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the park. It is opening day. Major League Baseball is back. And if you guys in the States, if you plan to attend the game, I know they said like they're going to try and have people actually go to the ballparks and everything. Please be careful.
No, let's actually go to the phones. Jay, I got Uncle Howard on the line from Melissa. And, Uncle Howard, are you coming out of Umatic already, or?
I'm already heading to town, and people need to slow down by the wall. We got cars on both sides. Everybody making the trek up to the Mount Lam Lam for the cross. So people just slow down. The road is wet.
Right
A lot
on.
of people walking.
Thank you, Uncle Howard. And what's your plans for this Easter weekend?
Not to make no noise and find the eggs with no noise.
Good luck. I hope you find the right egg, not the wrong one.
Okay, I'm gonna find that Chada Guerrero.
Yeah. Thank you, Uncle Howard.
Okay.
That's that. Okay, there you go. So yeah, there are people over at Mount Lam Lam, both sides, and they're making their way up the mountain. That is so neat.
And you know what? That part of the island, you know, like especially when you get there up at the summit and you see the cross.
Beautiful.
It's such a photogenic moment that everybody year round like captures.
Yeah.
Like the hikers always go up there and everything like that. But on this day in particular, it means so much to so many people.
Yeah, and when you get up there, you'll see that those crosses were brought up there during the term of former Governor Paul Calvo, and you got to wonder, like, how did they bring them up there? Was it by helicopter? Because that would be a pretty cool operation, you know.
Wasn't it 2 or 3 years ago? I remember we got some very, very compelling video of parishioners, and they were doing, because it rained particularly hard that day, and they were doing it in the mud. But you know, everybody was watching out for each other, and
Yeah.
I mean, those crosses are heavy.
Yeah, and I slipped a few times, and it wasn't even like wet. You know what I mean? So just be really careful, guys. I hope you have on your disposable shoes, because with that muddy, you're gonna get about that much mud on the bottom of your shoe.
What kind of grass do they have on the hills like over there? I mean,
It's
not,
like the Sakati. Yeah.
Is it Sakati?
Yep,
It's a sword grass.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
And ironically, like the sword grass, very, very slippery, and you don't want to slide against the grain.
And you don't want to grab it,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, if you are hiking up the mountain, send us some pics here on our. Hit us up in our DM, or if you know me, send it to me on WhatsApp or any of us here. Tag us maybe even on whatever, and we'll get those pictures out there. It's 6:27. Good morning. The show is brought to you by East West Rental. Where I don't know if you guys got projects. All right, because now we can gather for 50 for Easter Sunday. Are you guys just throwing it open though? Because I feel like, man, I don't even know if I have 50 people I could invite. Yeah, so the executive order came out was a couple days ago, and it raised the doubled actually. Wow, that's doubled the social gathering limit from 25 to 50. Let's go ahead and head on to the KUAM News Zoom room where standing by on the scene of an accident, we have the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hi, guys. I'm here, Marine Corps Drive near Kmart. Okay. All right, thanks. Sure. Okay, so yeah, I'm here on Marine Corps Drive where there's a serious crash. It's near Triple J and Kmart right here at the JFK intersection. You can't really see it because I'm being pushed back by the police. I can't get further into the scene, but it looks pretty bad. The car looks like it may have also been torn in half almost. According to Chirka Chargaloff, she sent a release just a few minutes ago, and it appears that the vehicle hit a concrete pole, at least from what I'm seeing here on the scene. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Bree.
Okay. I'm trying to get a little bit closer, but can you guys see anything?
Yeah, we could see the cop car,
right,
and the road closed off. There's a fire engine way up the way. Bree,
right, yeah, you can't. Northbound traffic is closed right now, so you can't head if you're heading towards Dededo or Anderson Air Force Base. Traffic is blocked off. Southbound traffic, however, is still moving along. Can't really tell what kind of car it is, but can you see where the police officer is?
Yeah,
by the concrete pole.
Yes,
yeah, that's the front part of the car.
Wow.
And then further down, by the ambulance, is the remaining portion of the vehicle. And again, it looks like it may have hit this concrete pole. I can't really tell if the car was heading northbound or southbound. But you have GPD, GFD here. I don't see highway here just yet. I did place a call to Paul Tapau, who is the spokesperson, and I have not yet heard from him. But again, this crash occurred just around 6:11 this morning.
Bree, I know it's early and it's probably still developing, but is this a fatal crash, or do you know anything at all about
We don't have any information. Like I mentioned, I did call Paul Tapau to get any kind of details as to what transpired. Chirka Chargaloff, she's a spokesperson for the Guam Fire Department. All that she confirmed that there was in fact a crash that occurred around 6:11. That GFD medics are here. They are working on the lone occupant that was inside the vehicle. But again, it appears that this, the vehicle tore, in half. What were you saying?
No, I was just letting you talk.
What was that?
Nothing, Bree. Go ahead. Keep on. So are they,
Yes.
are they performing CPR,
Sorry.
Bree, or do you know?
I don't even see, I'm too far from the scene. I can't see anything other than that fire truck that's behind me. And the two portions of the car is kind of cut in half.
And Bree, is this a little bit past the Triple J by Kmart there?
Yeah, just a little bit past it. Well, the first part of the vehicle is right in front of Triple J, right at the concrete pole.
Wow.
Right behind this police car. And then further down is the other part of the vehicle.
Bree, what can you tell us about the road conditions in that area?
Yeah, the road conditions are wet, clearly. You can tell. You can tell it was raining, and it might rain while I'm here.
Right.
but they're telling us to go back to the scene. But I'm just gonna move up a little bit.
Yeah. If you guys can see in the right hand side of Sabrina's screen, that's the first half of the vehicle. As this vehicle hit the pole, from what Sabrina was saying, and was torn in half. We saw something similar with that crash over there in Weddingale, just a couple weeks ago. Yeah,
it looks like it's like a light, like a gray.
Is it a sedan, Bree?
It's a sedan.
Okay. So it looks like a light gray sedan, one occupant.
Yeah, according to the release we got from GFT. But you can see there's debris all over the road. Well, you might not be able to see it, but I can see it.
We can see it's up on the sidewalk.
It's pretty tragic.
Bree, so it kind of looks like the front end of the vehicle is facing your back.
Right.
Okay.
It's facing towards me, while the other part of the vehicle is facing to the north.
Right.
Yeah. Good morning. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. And so how it works, guys, is usually when you arrive on the scene. I mean, if you're like early on the scene and you get a tip, you can get right up in there and film stuff. But as the police start to show up, they set the perimeter, and it's at that point that they tell media to move back. So that's what's happening right now.
And actually, we had the Google Maps up a few moments ago when Bree was giving a report street side, and you can already see the traffic density. It's really starting to back up on the JFK Hill and on northbound and southbound traffic, as you said, as police begin to square away the area.
What's happening now, Bree? Is that guy backing up, and is he making the perimeter even bigger?
Yeah, he might be leaving. Let me get out of his way. Sorry.
And so, Bree, he's blocking the road.
Oh, yeah, he is blocking it. Okay. So he's going to make me move further.
So
I'm right here at the mobile.
These 3 northbound lanes. This is Marine Corps Drive, right as you hit Kmart.
Right. All northbound lanes are blocked off. People can still head southbound.
Right.
For now, at least.
Are they?
And again, we're still waiting for more information from Paul Tapau.
Bree, are they able to turn left down into Tumon from the Kmart intersection?
Well, right now there's nobody heading northbound from the JFK intersection. There's no traffic, and I can't see further. Let me just get in the road.
Careful.
I can't see if it's blocked off. Yeah, it's blocked off. You cannot head towards JFK.
Okay, so the intersection of JFK and Kmart is blocked off too.
Yeah, further down the road. Like you can't see it at the intersection, but they're further down, probably towards like Foodies.
Yeah.
Is highway here? They're being activated? Highway's been activated? All right. So highway's been activated, and they're going to respond to launch an investigation. So anytime that highway is activated, then it is a serious crash.
Right. And that's what the call was, right, Bree? Was that this was a serious crash?
That was the information that we received, that it was a serious crash, and it does appear to be really serious.
Right. Before we get into the news again, Bree, for our viewers, because there's a lot of viewers just jumping on right now on the Facebook Live, can you recap what you saw when you came onto the scene here of this serious accident?
Right, so the Guam Police Department, the Guam Fire Department, they are here responding to a serious crash. 1028 is what they call it, along Marine Corps Drive here in Upper Tumon. It is near the Kmart JFK intersection near Triple J. It's one vehicle involved, as far as we know, from the Guam Fire Department. Spokesperson Shrika Chargalov. Medics were on the scene. They were working on the lone occupant. It appears that the vehicle, it's a sedan, tore apart or was torn in two. You can see in the background here at the telephone pole, utility pole. That's the first part of the vehicle. It's facing south. while the other part of the vehicle, which is further down the road, if you can see it, is facing kind of north.
Bree, how far
So
north?
again, Highway Patrol. Yes.
How far
Yes?
north is the second half of the vehicle?
What do you mean? How far north?
So
how
we-
far up the street?
Yeah. Because we can see the first half right there.
It's near like the old Foremost building.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So that's all the information that we know right now. The police officers here on the scene, they don't really give you any other information because they relay whatever's going on here to Paul Tapau, who's the spokesperson. So again, we're just waiting to hear from Paul about the details. But if you are planning on traveling, or if you have to head north towards Anderson Air Force Base, towards Dededo, towards DPW, you're going to have to find an alternate route because northbound traffic, all of the lanes have been shut down here on Marine Corps Drive, beginning near Foodies and JFK.
Okay, again, Sabrina Salas-Matanani on the scene of that serious car accident where, again, like she had said, the vehicle was torn in two. Police have closed off the northbound lanes on Marine Corps Drive right before the JFK intersection, up all the way, I'm assuming, to the traffic light by DPW One Stop. It is Friday. Bree, do you want to just jump in and do the news now?
Yes.
Okay, so again, from the KUAM News team live on the scene of this serious accident, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off a day, everybody. The governor has signed 2 bills into law. Both were measures she had submitted to the legislature for consideration. The first bill authorizes the refunding of certain bonds backed by business privilege taxes. The administration says it will save over $20 million in debt service over the next 2 fiscal years. In her transmittal letter to the speaker, the governor said, as our island weathers the economic uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, it is important more than ever we work to stabilize our government finances. The second bill appropriates nearly $3.9 million from fiscal years or from prior fiscal years to the Guam Fire Department's E911 fund. The governor writes that this closes an unfortunate ordeal during which money was improperly transferred from the fund during the Calvo administration. The legislation allows the returned money to be used for its appropriate purposes. Here's more news.
When it's done, half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. 2 brothers lost everything in a home structure fire that occurred early Thursday afternoon in the Zero Down area of Jigo. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
I heard my neighbor saying there's fire here, so I ran out. My house was burning.
AJ George was next door at his grandmother's home when he saw flames engulf his home and smoke fill the air. He reported the fire, and within minutes, firefighters were on the scene. According to Guam Fire Department acting spokesperson Charika Chargaloff, at 11:44 a.m., GFD received the 911 call reporting the structure fire along Chalan Estrezas Zero Down in Jico. Units arrived on scene 10 minutes later, and the fire was out by 12:14 p.m. George has lived in this 3-bedroom house for nearly 4 years with his brother, who was also not home at the time. George, while still in shock, was at a loss for words, but his auntie Agnes Sweeney, who lives in close proximity, explains how the fire reached her residence.
Even me, partial of my house is burned, but the firemen able to come and they kill the fire from my house. It burned from the roof down inside, the ceiling and the roof.
Agnes says there are 17 people who reside in her house.
We were able to evacuate my mom outside and the children and all the documents we have.
The family is thankful that no one was injured, although feel devastated by the loss of one of their homes and all the belongings they were unable to save.
It's very hard, especially for my nephew, because he lost everything in there. There's nothing left for him.
If you wish to reach out and provide any assistance to the family, you can reach Auntie Agnes directly at 671-858-4060. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Is it coercion or a recommendation? Here's more on the alleged coercion of a CLTC land agent by Director Jack Haddock.
I am not comfortable. And he had forced me into making the change. I did not want to do it, but I felt I had no choice because he forced me to add the request to transfer application rights over to him, despite what the law says, despite the opinion of the former Attorney General. I really did not like it. I felt he was asking me to violate the law that went against my moral code.
The Chamorro Land Trust Commission's February meeting took quite the turn when the commission began addressing constituent concerns, with land agent Lydia Tulu alleging that CLTC Director Jack Haddock coerced her into requesting the transfer of application rights from one constituent to another, despite the commission's rules and a former Attorney General's opinion, prompting CLTC Board Chair John Regis Jr. to table all relative constituent matters and launch an investigation.
We've addressed it with the director. What's paramount, right, is transparency, clarity, and openness and communication to ensure, right, that none of this happens again.
But when asked about the status of the investigation,
I'd rather not discuss that piece right now because it is part of my report. But what I can say is that I'm taking the necessary steps to move forward in how these reports are generated, on how they're reported to us. We're treating it as a personnel matter, an HR matter.
Responding to the board on the allegations brought forth by Tulu, Haddock stated that he was making a recommendation, and although it appears that recommendation would be illegal, Governor Lulian Guerrero stands by her man at the CLTC.
I am very confident that Jack has not intentionally meant anything contrary to the laws or the regulations or the commission's instructions. So I have every confidence that Jack, in his deliberations, will also show that he has done everything within his authority.
More and more questions are being asked on the issue and whether or not it's an isolated incident. The Commission's decision to treat the matter as a personnel issue leaves much to the imagination, but when directly asked if the CLTC is covering up the incident,
There's nothing. I know because I'm doing what I need to do. I'm putting forward a process. I'm committed to making sure that none of this happens again. And there's nothing to cover up.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
The first payments won't be out till next week, but the processing of some 2,600 applications for emergency rental assistance continues. Department of Administration Deputy Director Bernie Gines has the latest update.
As of yesterday afternoon, close of business, we were able to review 910 applications. Out of that, eligible was 450. We've got ineligible at 302. And then we have about 158 which were incomplete. Incomplete, again, as we stated in the past, we're just seeking more information. They may, have included a family member in there, but then they didn't provide us some income in reference to that person.
Gines says the payments will vary, but she has processed one for as much as $22,000. The assistance covers rent and utility payments. Applications are closed for the first round. A second round is expected to begin in May. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
News out of the Port Authority of Guam as Moody's Investors Service issued a credit report that removed the agency from credit watch based on strong finances with financial stability expected to grow over the next year. The report also indicated that despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the port continues to have the same rating since 2018. The credit watch was issued last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic's potential impact on the port's finances. Guam recorded 3 new COVID cases out of 399 tests performed on Wednesday. To date, there have been a total of 7,810 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March. There have been 134 deaths, 27 cases are active. There have been more than 7,600 recoveries. 3 cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. The CAR score is 0.2. A total of 2 COVID patients are hospitalized, one at GMH, the other at the Guam Regional Medical City in Dededo. To date, 31,737 residents have been fully vaccinated. What is being called a human error led to the contamination of millions of coronavirus vaccine doses. This comes as the Biden administration is launching a new initiative to convince people to get the shots when they can. Natalie Brand reports.
Johnson & Johnson has delayed shipments of its vaccine from a manufacturing plant in Baltimore after a mistake spoiled about 15 million doses.
It was human error. The FDA is investigating this. That plant has not yet been fully certified by the FDA.
Millions more doses are being tested to make sure they were not contaminated. CBS News confirmed that Biden administration officials have known about the issue for weeks.
You do have checks and balances, and you see that, and that's the reason why the good news is that it did get picked up. And as I mentioned, that's the reason nothing from that plant has gone into anyone that we've administered to.
Johnson & Johnson says it's still on track to deliver its contracted 100 million doses, and it hopes to do so by the end of May. The White House is ramping up efforts to combat vaccine hesitancy, unveiling a new multi-billion-dollar campaign. The push includes a network of influencers, everyone from sports stars to local faith leaders, aimed at reaching the most vulnerable communities.
In some communities, there is a concern about getting vaccinated. Some based on mistrust, based on history, some based on just rooted in misinformation, of which there is a lot out there, and we need your help to combat that.
The White House continues to urge caution when it comes to relaxing social distancing measures. President Biden called out the Texas Rangers for opening their ballpark to full capacity, saying it's not responsible. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House. The White House.
And that's your news again. I'm here live in Upper Tumon, where GPD's Highway Patrol has been activated to investigate a serious crash right here just past Kmart, near Triple J and the old Foremost building. There's a vehicle here. It appears to have been torn in two. The first part of the vehicle was right here at this utility pole. The remaining part of the vehicle is further down the road near the old Foremost building. We're still waiting for information. We understand that there's one occupant that was in the car at the time. If you are planning on heading northbound, you're going to have to take an alternate route because all 3 lanes are closed. Traffic is still moving southbound. That's it for me here live in Upper Tumon. I'm Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani. At 6:50, we're going to take a quick break, and we are going to go from the Kmart intersection and the scene of that serious car crash all the way down to Mount Humuzung Monglu, Mount Lamlam area down in Agate, Umatic with Tyler Mazzanani. That's next right here on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep-fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we had a little bit of a thing in the comments here about which one is Mount Lam Lam, which one is Mount Humuzong Monglo. And it's interesting because if you Google says both. Yeah, but I believe Mount Lam Lam is the next one down, and then Mount Humuzong Monglo is the one with the crosses. Yeah, of course. But it's so confusing, and if you Google Mount Lam Lam, what comes up is all kinds of sites about the mountain with the crosses and hiking Mount Lam Lam. So let's head out to the mountain. How about I just say the mountain? Where we have our very own Tyler Matanani standing by. Good morning, Ty.
It's a half day, everyone. It's been a great start to a good Friday. A little after 6 o'clock, we got to the top of Mount Lam Lam. We started here around 5:15. It was still dark, and it was really exciting because this was actually my first time. I'm here with my RCIA class from St. Anthony. We're getting confirmed on Tuesday and Wednesday. So as part of gearing up for this big celebration, this big receiving of the sacrament of confirmation, we are here on Good Friday at Mount Lam Lam. There's a bunch of people here, but what the very interesting thing I would like to note is that even though there were well, a bunch cleared out now, but there were a bunch of people here earlier, and everyone, as you can see, they stayed in their respective parties. So right here, we have my RCIA class from St. Anthony. You guys, can you give me a good morning? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So a bunch of us, this was our first time. Is there any, can you raise your hand if this is your first time doing the hike? Can I get you closer? Okay, so just one person didn't. This is not your first time. Okay, so ladies, can I just get you to introduce yourselves real quick? And yeah, let me get you introduced.
My name is Shelby Ascension. This is my first time this year. It was very challenging, but honestly, it's nothing compared to what Jesus been through. So we really just did it and made it to the top.
Savannah, how was your first experience? What were you expecting?
I was expecting a very challenging hike, which it was. And in a sense, we got to experience what Jesus went through when he brought his cross up here, but without the suffering and the pain.
And then, Madame, can I get you just introduce yourself real quick as well?
My name is Chanel. This was my first time. It was very challenging, but I'm very proud that I made it to the top.
So what made you come out today?
I wanted to experience it for my first time.
And was it what you expected?
I honestly thought it was going to be more challenging.
Okay, and it's really not. It's really not that hard. I think it was a learning experience. Exactly. Yep. And then what about you?
Hi, my name is Lori. It was very rejuvenating. I haven't been here since high school, so it's a lot different now. It's still very challenging, but it's really nice to come out here with the class.
Is it what you remember?
No, it's a lot different from what I remember.
It's a lot different when years have passed from high school and your
definitely.
body's gone through some stuff. You're like, oh my gosh, I don't remember this hike being this challenging. And what about you? Here we have my special person, Mateo.
What's up, Bree, Chris, Jason, everybody in the room?
Of course, Mateo, previously a member of Team KUAM. This is both our first time, as you said, hiking Mount Lamlam. And what were you expecting going into your first hike up here?
Man, you know, I didn't expect it to be as challenging as it is. I think it's just because the floor is slippery, everything like that. But you know, there are people that carry a cross up here. There are some Manumkus coming up here and really you know, giving themselves up and sacrificing their comfort to go through what Jesus went through on Good Friday. So, you know, that's really powerful. It's really powerful.
It really is. And as you can see, the hike definitely worth it. As I said earlier, we started the day here, pitch black. And then as you made your way up through the mountains, I would say at the half point, you started seeing the light. And before we knew it, of course, some of it is you're running out of breath, you're trying to keep going, you're sweating, some mosquitoes might be getting out. But as they said, it's nothing compared to, you know, the passion and death that Christ went through. And that's exactly why a bunch of us come here every year. And, you know, we are planning to make this a very annual thing for us. And it's a beautiful way to start your morning off. I'll give you a little look at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Ty, can you go up by the crosses and give us a view of the ocean?
Yeah. Go up. You know what? I am going to do that. I've been seeing so many people for the interview and just waiting. I didn't actually see what was over here. So, wow. Okay. We got a couple people over here. Sorry, guys. Can I just cut to the front just a little bit? Thank you.
There you go. Now we're talking.
Beautiful, beautiful view of the south right here. I think that's Seti Bay, right? That's Seti? That might be Seti. I could be. No, that's not Seti Bay. Just kidding. But
Ty, you know, I know you went up there with your confirmation class, but are there other groups that are also going up the mountain? Did you see any, any more other religious groups behind you guys, maybe?
Well, other religious groups, I'm not completely sure of that. But we did see many families. It was really great to see a lot of young groups of friends here too. And some of them, it was their first time. Some of them, it was their second time. And it was great to see. It's always great to see young followers of the faith, you know, practicing on their own time. And even though it may not be, you know, with their school or with their family, that they still make it an effort to come down and just genuflect throughout the Easter season. So, as the good old Chris Malfunction Barnett would say, remember to keep your voice down because Cello, it's a holy week and you don't want to get pinched by Nana.
Thank you, Ty.
So thank you guys. And back to Team The Link in studio. My name is Tyler Matinani reporting to you from Mount Lamlam. Adios.
That's
a great shot. That is beautiful.
We're so fortunate to have.
That's a really good video.
Right,
that looks great.
I kind of just want to let her keep filming. Can we just have her on the mountain for the whole show,
really.
filming the ocean? Okay, Ty, we'll see you.
Ty, be safe.
It's 7:02. We're KUAM-FM in Gotnia, Guam. That's The Breeze, 93.9. Proud to present the radio part of this multimedia show. We're also on KUAM TV on this Good Friday. Facebook Live, of course. Thank you so much, Facebook Live. We get some of the comments here. On the accident, Sherlyn writes in, it's really bad. I saw it before the Advanced Life Support GFD came on the site. The vehicle had split in half after it apparently hit a concrete pole there right past Triple J. So the road is closed. Sabrina was on the scene this morning, and she's on her way back to the studio. So we'll see if there's any additional information she can provide to us. Okay. It's 7:03. Daphne Shimizu. Yes, I know, and she's a very, very faithful person. So we definitely appreciate her coming on this Good Friday. We're kind of talking with Mike over here, and obviously growing up Catholic, or I mean any religion really, Good Friday is just like this somber day of reflection and silence. But my grandma used to say, because, as I got older and it started to work, I would, struggle with like, man, I'm got to be quiet and stuff. But my grandma would always say, like, if you're working, then God understands, and, just do your thing. So, we're not going to be yelling Friday this morning, obviously. But
we're discussing why they're saying Mount Lamlam and not Mount Humuzung Manglu.
Right.
That's because not too many people can say Humuzung.
Right, that's actually right. So we're talking about this Mount Lamlam and Mount Humuzung Manglu, which if you look at the words Humuzung Manglu, it's like sometimes they spell it with a J and sometimes there's two L's in there. And I don't know what the standardized spelling of it is, but again, because Chamorro is not a written language, I feel like you just spell it the way you spell it. I know I don't want to make Auntie Hope mad with the Comisión Fino Chamorro, but my elders would always say, well, you spell it in a way I know what the heck you're trying to say. So yeah, Mount Humuzung Manglu is the one with the crosses, but a lot of people can't say that, so they just call it Mount Lamlam, which is actually the one that's next to it, right? But it's just funny because people have said Mount Lamlam for so long. Because people have been saying Mount Lamlam for so long, it's just become Mount Lamlam, right? Like I said, if you Google it, it'll show up as Mount Lamlam and how to hike Mount Lamlam and see the crosses on Mount Lamlam. 7:05, we're going to take a quick break and come back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Wow, what a productive morning so far. We had the scene of a serious car crash, and then we went up to Mount Humuzang Monglo. We had a comment here, Bev Tess. Chris, do you all know any info on the vehicle from the accident? We only know that it was a light-colored sedan, according to Sabrina Salsventanani. But she's on her way back in, so we will definitely try and get more info from her. But the info is slow coming because the accident had just happened. And, okay, I got a picture here. Wow. I'm going to put this in the chat, Jay. As we're now starting to see, people are heading southbound on Marine Corps Drive there, so they're snapping pictures of the vehicle. You see that, Mike? Okay, Jay's going to get that. 7:12. We could just bust in, but we don't want to keep Daff waiting on this Good Friday morning. Daphne Shimazu. Yes, they're working over at Reventac. So first, thank you for your service, Daph. Good morning.
Oh, no. I want to thank my team and actually for all of the first responders, and whether they were tier 1, tier 2, we had so many frontliners during this public health emergency. So thanks to all our frontliners, thanks to everybody who's been out there to just try to help our community, but also want to shout out to my team who's been really out here for the last at least couple of months trying to make sure that we have some level of organization as people come into our office. So good morning. But good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Guam.
Daph, let's just get right into it then. Everybody wants to know the status of the next stimulus, the stimmy, as my friends call it.
So, as you know, we've been in discussions with the IRS regarding what's now being called the IP3, which is really the third round of stimulus payments that has been enacted or authorized during this public health emergency. What I can say is that we have we were able to review a draft of our implementation plan document. We met with the IRS yesterday morning to discuss it. We did have some comments on the plan, so we provided those comments to the IRS. I'm going to be following up with my counterpart on those comments this morning and questions that we had to see where we are. I hadn't, as of this morning, hadn't received comments from them, but my counterpart in Washington D.C. actually does work like late their time. So even when it's late our time, she's still operating and operational there. But this morning I'm going to be communicating with her. What I also what's exciting is that we actually were approved for about $200 million in EIP3 payments, and that's huge for us because that's about the same amount of money that we had actually paid out for both EIP 1 and 2 so far. So we paid about $230 million in EIP 1 and 2. We were approved for about $200 million. So again, that's hugely exciting. And, we're hopeful that we will be able to complete our discussions with the IRS. We were hopeful that we would be able to complete them today, but perhaps we may end up working through the weekend to, again, make sure that we get the plan final. And just like with EIP2, from the time that we get the approved plan, what happens is, of course, then the IRS and the Treasury will work to execute or transmit the monies to Guam. And from there, we do, and in fact, we've been communicating with our programmers for our system just to make sure that we program all of the different adjustments or changes, with regards to this particular stimulus plan, so that way we can begin some testing and work to get payments out as soon as possible. So, when we did EIP2, again, the message is pretty much the same, that from the time that the plan is approved, within a couple of weeks, we should be able to get payments out to our people. And of course, we target to try to get payments in well before then. But, again, there is some level of testing that's involved with our programming. And of course, there is the transfer of the funding from the Treasury that also has to happen.
Daph, do you have, and I know you just explained the whole process, but just to make it simple for people, when should they start checking the mail?
So, again, once we do have the plan approved, we expect that within a couple of weeks that payments should be going out. So, if we're able to get the plan approved, in the next week, then again, count a couple weeks from there, within a couple of weeks. And once we start paying, we will advise people. There's some level of programming that has to be involved. There's certain testing that has to be involved. And of course, the monies get transmitted to Guam, prior to us making any payments. So within a couple of weeks from the plan being approved, people can expect to begin receiving those payments.
All right. Hear that, guys? Couple weeks.
And we're really, honestly, Chris, we're really hopeful. Like I said, we, even in the last 2 rounds of EIP, we worked, through weekends. And, our team last year, we worked on Mother's Day. We even worked on Easter weekend. I think that last year, Easter was like around April 13 or so. So, we worked through our weekends and, just to make sure that we get payments out. And our commitment, to make payments to our people has been unwavering. I think, you'll see that in, of course, our actions. In March 19 was the last day that we had to make payments for EIP2. We did our best to get as many payments out to our people before then. In the next week after that, which was last week, we worked to make payments for the for 2020 returns, and that was our first round of 2020 return refunds that we had made payments on. So that was hugely exciting, and that was about $5.8 million that we paid out last week. So, again, we've been just working, doing our best to make sure that whether it's EIP2 or refunds, that we're working to make payments to our people.
Daph, what about the earned income tax credit? I know that there was some info that came down from the nation's capital about that. What does that mean locally for people who file and normally get this tax credit?
Well, so with regards to the earned income tax credit, already our Guam residents who file with Guam Revenue Tax, we do. If you qualify, you already do get the EITC. Now, what is going to happen, or what is changing now, is that these funds are going to be reimbursed to the government of Guam. Basically, this was an unfunded mandate. So although it is in the code, and although we have been working to follow the code so that way we can make payments to our people, this is monies that hasn't been reimbursed to Guam for, this particular mandate. And this is huge and significant because, as you know, the amount of EITC is generally over $50 million. So, in this next year, when people file their 2021 tax returns in next year, we'll be able to see some level of reimbursement. Again, that's based on our review of the American Rescue Plan Act. Something that's also different, which we haven't yet opened up discussions on with regards to the American Rescue Plan Act, is there is also a provision there for the child tax credit. And there is, of course, in the continental United States, the rollout will be, there's going to be an advanced portion of the child tax credit that's going to be paid out between July and December. And then, another portion of it's going to be paid out when you file your 2021 tax return. We haven't finalized the discussions on that. We actually haven't even opened up discussions on that because our focus is EIP3, but we will be discussing that. And that is huge as well, because the amount of the child tax credit also has increased. And again, where we were not receiving reimbursement for the child tax credit, we're going to be, and I have to clarify, the amount of the child tax credit has increased for 1 year only, based on the American Rescue Plan Act. But, that increase, or that amount that we're going to be getting, or that we're going to be paying out now, is going to be reimbursed, at least, again, for this year at that elevated rate. So, all of those are really exciting things for us because, again, with regards to EITC, that's something that, of course, has been a huge amount of monies that has been paid out of our general fund. We're excited that we're going to be able to get funding for that going forward. But with regards to our Guam residents, in terms of the filing of their returns, basically, if you were qualified to get EITC and you continue to qualify to get EITC, you will just be paid it, and it will be seamless. There is going to be no change. It's really, again, just in the funding of the program for Guam.
Daph, if you could go back to the EIP 3, sorry, and just maybe go over the eligibility for it.
Sure. So for EIP3, and of course, the number one item that people ask is it based on my 2019 return? Is it based on my 2020 return? How EIP3 will work, and how it is working, or will work, and we'll issue our FAQs on it, is if you have a 2020 return, then we will work to process or make payment on your EIP3 based on your 2020 return. If you do not have a 2020 return that's validly filed and processed, and I always have to add that phrase, validly filed and processed, it's hugely important to the way that we implement here on Guam. If that return is not validly filed and processed, a 2020 return, but you have a 2019 return that's validly filed and processed, then we will use that return, the 2019. I've also had questions from people about, well, what if I'm a non-filer? Meaning I don't file an income tax return. And so will I be able to get EIP3? Now, if you don't file a return, but you filed a non-filer return in 2019 and you're eligible, you will be able to receive EIP3 based on that non-filer form. I also have to clarify as well that non-filer form is not something that we extended past November 21, 2020. So although we allowed for this non-filer form, just like the IRS did as well, they allowed for a non-filer, a mechanism for non-filers to file that non-filer form. And that non-filer form, a portal that the IRS had, didn't allow for filings beyond November November 21, 2020. So, we follow that. We allowed for those to be filed, but again, there is no non-filer form at this time. Again, if you didn't file a non-filer form and you wish to receive a EIP3, you will have to file a tax return for 2020. In addition to that, sorry, so that's just tax year. But what about income thresholds, right? So the way that the last three EIPs have worked is that the phase out for each of the EIPs has actually begun at the same level. So they begin to phase out at 75,000 for single filers, at 112,500 for head of household, and that at 150,000 for joint filers. The difference between EIP3 and the prior two stimulus payments or EIPs is that now the phase out threshold, meaning that when you get to zero and you do not receive EIP3 at all, that phase out is a lot lower. So for EIP3, if you are a single filer, and you make $80,000 or more in AGI, you will not receive an EIP3. And so for head of households, it is going to be, the phase out is at 120,000. So if you make $120,000 or more and you're a head of household, you will also not receive EIP3. And for joint filers, that level when you will not receive any EIP3 is going to be when you hit $160,000. So we see that although the phase outs begin at the same level, the actual point at which you get no EIP has actually been reduced. So, that's something different. So there might be people who received EIP2 or EIP1 that may not receive EIP3 just because their income levels are higher.
You guys got all that? Okay. Daph,
also, what I know the other thing that people had questions about, Chris and Jason, was
Daph,
well,
I don't even have any questions. I know you know what people want to know. So if I see something,
what about my dependents? Because there was this gap that was identified back in, of course, when the CARES Act first passed in March 2020. There wasn't payments for any dependents who were above age 16. So EIP3 allows for payments for dependents as long as you're eligible, of course, payments for dependents of all ages. So, there is no limitation in terms of the age of a dependent. And that's great news because, again, a lot of our people were not able to get that particular portion of the EIP because they did not qualify, again, because of the age requirement for EIPs 2 and 1, but that doesn't stand for EIP3.
Well, we did have
outside of EIP3, though, I'd like to share as well something that fell out of the American Rescue Plan Act that of course, that just passed in March 11, had to do with unemployment benefits and the non-taxability of the first $10,200 of unemployment benefits or unemployment compensation. And so, for those people who had filed their returns already before the act had become law, there was questions about, okay, if I filed, then what would I have to do in order to be able to claim that benefit or to be able to take that exemption of that $10,200 so that way either my tax liability is less or if I had a refund, my refund is more. And we did just issue guidance yesterday regarding that. And of course, on the IRS side, what is happening is the IRS has advised their taxpayers not to file any return because they're going to adjust automatically. On the Guam side, we had to really look at our own demographics, our own filing population, and determine how we would best be able to serve our people. And so, we had issued guidance yesterday, and the guidance that we issued, of course, provided advisement that in order to be able to claim that additional $10,200, you really have to file an amended return or a Form 1040X. So, we are not going to make an automatic adjustment to a tax return. If you wish to claim that $10,200 exemption from of unemployment and you've already filed a return that includes it, then you'll have to file an amended return. And again, that's hugely important. That actually, can be significant for a lot of people.
Daph, we did actually have a couple of questions here from Harvey. The lookup for tracking a tax refund on the website doesn't work. A RevTax employee even confirmed that. When will it be fixed?
So, you know what, and thanks, Harvey, for that question, because, you know, I tell my team and I tell people, anytime that you try to do anything things that you've never done before, you're going to kind of run into some issues, right? And so, you know what, I'm really proud of our team for working to get a lookup for both EIPs 1 and 2, and then now for the refund. You know, I have been able to confirm that there are several people who have been able to actually log in. I've also tested it myself. I know that there have been some issues with some other taxpayers, with certain taxpayers as well. We've been trying to work out kind of some of the kinks in that. If you continue to have an issue with the EIP lookup or with the refund lookup, you can call us at 635-1840, 1841, or 7651. As I mentioned before, Chris and Jason, we did work to try to address the issue of you know, calls. We've been trying different, you know, things, different ways of trying to address. It is in the last like month or so, what we did was we worked to set up, if you want to call it, or we call it our mini call center. You know, we have a few people that are actually just focused specifically on answering questions. So, you know, with regards to the lookup, you know what, we're proud that we were able to launch it. We know that for several people, it has been successful. For some people, though, who may have had issues with the lookup, you know, we're working to try to make sure that we make it we address any of the issues that people may have. Sometimes the issue could be, and I have gone through this issue or this with people where I've walked them through it, and you know, you do have to enter your modified adjusted gross income and not your AGI or your taxable, sorry, not your AGI and not your taxable income. So, you know, it's very important as well as you go through the items that's required in order for you to be able to log in and check the status of a refund or of your EIP, that you have your tax return in front of you, and you know, you or look at the actual technical terms. So I did know that as I talked with certain people, as they were checking, they were entering taxable income and not AGI. And when they entered AGI, they were able to obtain the information. So sometimes it could be, again, just, you know, information may be entered incorrectly, or it could be, again, if there is an issue with the system, you know, we're going to look into those things, and we're constantly working to try to improve upon it. Again, anytime we do anything different or new, you know, there's bound to be some things that we didn't contemplate. We're working through those issues now.
We had another comment. How about Social Security disability recipients? I'm assuming they're talking about the EIP 3.
Okay, so for EIP 3, for Social Security and other federal benefit recipients, we are going to be utilizing the list that the IRS had provided us for those federal benefit recipients. And so, you know, if you were on the list and you had received EIP 2, then, you know, more than likely you will be able to receive EIP 3. And that was something, again, that we had worked with the IRS on, again, to make sure that all of our federal benefit recipients, you know, are included and are able to receive payment. There are federal benefit recipients who did file returns, though, Chris. And so, you know, for those federal benefit recipients who file or who normally file returns, we urge you to make sure that you file. And that's because, you know, again, you know, if you are required to file, you know, we always recommend that you file. There are Social Security benefit recipients who do also have taxable income, so they report those on their returns. You know, so again, although Social Security and veterans, but VA and RRB recipients will, you know, who are on the list from the IRS will be paid, we still recommend that if you have taxable income that you go ahead and file your returns.
We had another question here. There's a bunch in the comments stuff. When are license plates going to be processed for those folks with new vehicles? And then we also had, what are the turnaround times for amendments being submitted? And the 1040X for 2020 tax year amendment is not available on the website.
Right. So, okay, that was a few questions. So number one, on the license plates, I do know that, well, over the last couple of weeks, we've been in communication with our vendor for license plates. I was, the last discussion that I had with our vehicle registration team was that we had a shipment of license plates that was be on its way to Guam. And so I'm not sure where that may be at this point. I'll have to check. But of course, once we do get that shipment of license plates, we'll work to get those out, especially to those, to the dealers and to those people who might have temporary plates. Again, that's something that we've been working on. In terms of amending a return, we currently do not have a Form 1040X that you could file by e-file, meaning the only return that you can file e-file right now is just your original return. So if you're going to file an amended return, you can actually get online and you can type in Form 1040X. It will take you to the IRS website. You can utilize the Form 1040X and you can go ahead and file it, but you're going to have to file a manual Form 1040X at this time. We don't have an e-filed 1040X.
How's your operations going with like DMV side?
Okay, so as an update on the DMV side, well, we've been working to try to move out vehicle registration for a bit, and I'm excited. I'm very confident we're going to get our vehicle registration group, moved in this month, in the month of April. That we've been targeting for a bit to try to get them moved out, and so that we can serve our driver's license and vehicle registration customers 5 days a week. That's definitely going to happen this month. We're pushing. We are working with, of course, our the Office of Technology to make sure the cables are run in the space, and we'll be advising of that once it's ready. But we feel like we're on track to move in this month, and we're excited about it because, again, that's been a huge part of our plan to be able to expand on the level of services that we're being able to provide for those customers who need the driver's licenses and vehicle registrations.
Have you guys kind of got a handle on, because I know when people see all the cars in the morning, they're thinking, oh my God, they're overwhelmed. And so have you kind of got a handle on the whole process of, I guess, handling, I mean, it's a huge demand, right, on the DMV side?
Well, I mean, you know what, I believe that we've been able to serve more people over the last several weeks than we did early on because, what we have been trying to do is try to accommodate as many people as we can. So what our team has been doing in the mornings when we have, whether it's driver's license or vehicle registration, of course, depending on the demand, is that we've been, working to try to get as many people to be served first thing in the morning. We've also been trying to get, I guess, identify or make sure that if there's opportunity for people to come back later in the afternoon, that we also give the people who are in the line already that opportunity so that, their time in our line is not wasted. And also, I think some people, have also been given the opportunity if they've come in the morning and they've been going through the line, but they were not able to be seen on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. We've been trying to get people to come in later, but again, we've just been trying to accommodate as many people as possible. We are excited, and I did mention when I was when I had the opportunity to speak with the Guam Chamber membership in the last week, I did mention that we are working on an online system for driver's license renewals and Guam ID renewals and replacements, and that's something we've been working with our IT, with our driver's license system vendor on, and this year we're excited I really would like to get that done as soon as possible, obviously, but we're working with our vendors and with the Office of Technology to get those done, and we're expecting that that's going to happen within this calendar year. Of course, there's programming that's involved, and those are things that we're working on right now. Our team is working with our driver's license vendor on, but we're excited that will happen in this year, and we are hopeful that once that is launched, that will help immensely with the demand for driver's licenses and also Guam IDs.
Dafa, just the last round of questions because we got to get to Dr. Ho, and I know it's Good Friday. If we have a scheduled Guam, if we have an appointment today scheduled at 2 p.m. but weren't contacted, is it still on? And then, do you want me to just read off the questions and then you can go down one by one? Because I know you got a good memory.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry to keep Dr. Ho, but you know what? If you have an appointment and you have an appointment with driver's license or you have an appointment with another branch, that appointment should still stand unless you have been contacted to so if you have an appointment, I suggest you come in. Also, if I might add, Chris, with regards to driver's license, for those people who are trying to get a driver's license appointment and they're getting online to try to schedule, they'll see that, it's going well into 2022. I do highly, I do highly recommend that, if you can, and if you are not in need of a Real ID compliant ID and you need a renewal or a replacement, that you utilize our mail service because we have that available. And so you don't have to come in and you will not have to wait. There are additional requirements involved, for example, taking a picture, having the form notarized, but that prevents you from having, or that you don't have to come in and you don't have to wait for You don't have to wait in line. So I highly recommend that people do that. The other thing that we ask is that for people who may have already been able to receive their license but have an appointment that's scheduled, and this is something that I've seen in other jurisdictions where they're also perhaps doing a cancel my appointment campaign is, if you've already been able to be seen and you are, still holding an appointment slot, we ask that you please go ahead and cancel your appointment online, because it's only the individual who has the appointment at this time that can cancel those appointments. So, what we're seeing sometimes is for some of our appointments that we're having on driver's license where, people had scheduled an appointment, but perhaps has already come in or has been able to get their documents, has been able to get their ID and, didn't cancel an appointment. And those are, some of the reasons why that we see, that there's a huge, that we have, again, the schedule going into 2022.
And then there was one more here. How about those individuals who did not get EIP payments for qualified dependents for the CARES Act due to revenue tax using the 2018 returns? And I think that would be for EIP 1. Can you just answer that, though, for any of the EIPs that have come out?
So for EIP 1 and 2, there is no payment for dependents who were above age 16. And that has not changed, and that will not change. Whether you file it as whether you get it as an economic impact payment or you file it as a rebate recovery credit on your 2020 return, if they didn't qualify because of age, they would not qualify. But if you didn't receive it for some reason, perhaps you gave birth in 2019 or you had a baby in 2019 and a 2018 return was used, then you will absolutely be able to get that on your 2020 return as long as you're eligible. It's important, though, people make sure that they fill out the recovery rebate credit worksheet. If you do have a tax preparer, they will definitely, they should definitely know about that. So, speak with your tax preparer about that, but make sure that if you did not receive it in 2020, in the last year, if you didn't receive EIPs 1 or 2 for your dependent and you were eligible, that you make sure that in your 2020 return, you correctly reflect that so that you can go ahead and get those payments.
Thank you, Daph.
Thank you as well. And have a great day. Happy Good Friday and happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Thank you. There you go. Daphne Shimizu, Revenue Tax. Guys, we're going in with Dr. Hoa, the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, right after the break. Again, this is the link on Good Friday. It's brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, and IT&E. Good morning.
Catch the link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus.
Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies,
a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future.
Airing every week during Earth Month.
Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
News of a serious car crash at the Kmart intersection, and good on you, Bree, to get to that scene and get that info out to our viewers. So crucial. What else can you tell us, Bree?
Well, you couldn't really see it in the video that I was shooting, but the debris from that crash, it started from Triple J, and I think there's a picture. It started from Triple J all the way up towards the DPW compound. Yeah. So just on the street, you could see parts of the vehicle and debris that probably was inside that car, just littered all across the road on Marine Corps Drive, which was the reason why they had to block off all northbound traffic. As for the lone occupant inside that car, from what I'm hearing, this crash was reclassified to a 1029. So that is non-life-threatening injuries, which is, it's a good thing.
That's a miracle.
Right. And so the individual was transported to the Guam Memorial Hospital. But Highway is on the scene investigating that crash because, as you saw, the car was torn in two. It appears that it hit the utility pole, and then the rest of the vehicle I guess flew further up the road with the passenger, and the passenger or driver flew out of the car and was on the road. But again, it was reclassified from a 1028, which is a serious crash, to a 1029, non-life-threatening injuries. Of course, that's just the information that I received. We're still waiting for the official word from the Guam Police Department.
Right on. Well, good job, Bree. That's that we're able to get out there on the scene.
That's what happens. It's breaking news.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And that is a Good Friday miracle, knock on wood, if it's non-life-threatening injuries. I don't know how you walk away from an accident like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a miracle. Andy was in a bad accident way back.
Really?
Same kind of thing. He wrapped his car on a pole. Yeah, was able to get and walk away. So.
That's good.
It's 7:44. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. But, guys, usually that doesn't happen. If you hit a pole, usually, it's very life-threatening. Mm-hmm. Dr. Hoa, good morning. Unmute. You're still coming in muted, Doc?
Don't want to say something I don't want to hear. Okay.
Okay, so did we have a physicians advisory group meeting last night?
Yeah, we have a short one. Just because we had to, we sent out some feedback on the proposed quarantine guideline. We reached 50%, and we just want to discuss more feedback. It's still in the process, on the progress on figured out, all the concern on the proposed quarantine guideline. It's coming up here in May sometime when we reach 50%. So we gotta make sure every question and every angle is covered. The key here is make the travel back and forth to Guam a lot easier for everyone. Once we get 50% the island vaccinated. So we have some protection, and then the next milestone that we have to do hopefully in July, August is hopefully we have 80% people vaccinated. And that's another milestone that we have to try to achieve, and that would change the guideline more at that time.
I mean, are we still looking at the path to half, where if you receive that negative PCR test 72 hours prior to arrival, and we achieve the 50% full vaccination, that quarantine, there would be no quarantine?
We still pursue that. I think that's very doable. As a lot more data come out there that show the efficacy of the vaccine and the prevention of transmission of the virus for asymptomatic vaccinated person. So we still going to try to achieve that, and if the vaccine come in supply that we're supposed to, and we get the vaccine to the people, then May will be pretty much very achievable if we can do that. As you know, the question is, and we're going to try to get a little bit more data. If the 72 hours, testing prior to arrival, it might not be necessary for the people that are fully vaccinated. So, because it does come with a cost, like $200 in the state. So it costs a lot for people to do that if you're fully vaccinated already. So, that's something we're discussing. So a few more detail, and hopefully it'll be ready by the time we hit May.
So that's the new key piece here, that there may be a possibility that if you're fully vaccinated, you won't need the PCR test, the negative result.
Yeah. So we have to follow the CDC guideline, and at a certain point, that's the reason why we vaccinate people. Again, to make it easier for our residents to go in and out, and also it doesn't incur any more cost to the people, unnecessarily, because $200 is a lot of money for people that currently have a hard time for their job and all that kind of stuff. So we will do things to make it safe for Guam, but at a certain point we also need to do things that doesn't cost people so much.
And is that possible protocol going to be for just returning Guam residents, or anybody that comes into Guam that can prove that they've been fully vaccinated?
Yeah, they have to prove that they fully vaccinated, and the vaccine. We decide the only one that we honor the vaccine is the one that been FDA approved. Right. The other vaccine that's not FDA approved, we're not going to honor that.
So we're just talking about Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But how I know we talked about this the last few times, because you'd mentioned that that card that you get when you're fully vaccinated, you could easily make a copy of it. So how do you? I mean, what's the plan to ensure that or to verify that people are fully vaccinated? I mean, how are you going to tell if the card that they're coming in with is actually legit?
Yeah, we're going to still on the process of working on the digital platform, and at least for our return resident, because our population is not that large. It's very easy for us to have a platform to try to track that at the airport. For other people that don't live on the island, I think they need to have a letter from their respective healthcare provider that certify that they have been fully vaccinated. For now, that should be on the letter from their private clinic to do that.
Okay, but what if, like at UOG, you don't get a letter or anything when you're vaccinated?
Yeah, that's the part where the digital platform need to be somehow work out that the people who get vaccinated at UOG or OCADU that can under some type of platform that's easily accessible by the airport, so that way they can fact check your immunization status. They have to work on it quick because that's the only way that we can do that. Because the white card right now is like you say, is that's the only thing that we have. But again, it's easy forged by anyone. So,
But it's crazy
it's
because
not-
I mean anybody could get the vaccine now. I don't know why people would want to go out and forge the card.
Because they don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't want to pay
Yeah,
for the PCR test.
Right.
Yeah, either that or some people like we say PCR tests, $150 to $200 in the state. It still costs quite a bit. As you can see, the people that travel to the state now, quite a few people have to do the PCR testing before they travel, and yeah, it costs anywhere from $150 to $200. It doesn't pay by the insurance, so that come out of your pocket.
We also had a comment here, and I'm pretty sure you went in on this, but when are we going to implement the fully vaccinated person not going to be quarantined at all?
Yeah, that's hopefully sometime in May when we reach the 50% of the vaccination in the island. Then the key here is important to reach that 50% at least, but it's not just us come up with the number. That's some data that prove 50% of the population vaccinated. You have a significant reduction of the severe infection and hospitalization. So that's something that we try to achieve. And yes, once we get there, then we know that our island have been protected, so we can ease off on the restriction. But we cannot do that until we get there.
What about the quarantine facility beyond May 1st? Are we still going to have and pay for this big hotel if we achieve path to half and you have the negative PCR test? I mean, we're paying a lot of money and we still owe a lot of money. Is there any discussions on what are we going to do with that, and also the isolation facility?
Yeah, we talk about just like Hawaii, right? When once you come in for without the PCR testing, you'll be quarantined in a hotel and you pay for it. So people need to it needs to be enforced. If Hawaii can do, we can do it too, because we gotta stop doing the free quarantine. So we just have to hold people accountable for get the PCR testing before they come in. Site can do the same thing. If you come in, they still gonna quarantine you, until you get that PCR test negative. So yeah, that's a question we throw on the table last night. Is that if people come in without the PCR testing, are we gonna put on them back on the quarantine just like we have right now, and PCR testing hours 6 days, and unanimously, all the physicians say yes. You have to be somewhat be responsible when you come in unvaccinated without a PCR testing. You put the island at risk, so you have to be home accountable for that.
And pay for your own quarantine. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're pushing. That shouldn't have that many, people doing that. So, just like Hawaii, they put out the, their requirement before you travel. The airline will put out there. So if you get on the plane without the PCR testing, you hold that action accountable to yourself.
What about the isolation facility? Have you heard anything? Are they moving to a smaller one, or what are we going to do?
Still working on it, Bria. I don't have the information on the isolation facility. It's a huge cost for the island to only use for 1 to 2 room. You have to pay for. So they need to consolidate that somehow, because it's a huge cost, and that money probably can go to do something else for our community.
Right. Yeah. I we did that story. I think it was from October to January, maybe, that $20 million was owed, and we're paying for rooms that aren't even being used. So
yeah, we agree. No, that's a lot of waste of money. So they really need to change that really quick. Who are responsible for it? Because again, that money can go to do a lot of projects in the community at this point. So I think that's it needs to be changed very quick.
I wanted to follow up on this question that's posed by one of our online viewers. It has been reported that the Pfizer vaccinations are good for 6 months after the second dose was administered. Any confirmation on this from CDC? If yes, what are plans, if any, to administer more vaccines beginning this summer? Is that true?
The vaccine that's just coming out recently, they know the efficacy of the vaccine. Regarding duration of protection, as we will find out as we go again the next few months to see how long it's been protected you. And if it does, we might see that we might have to do a booster somehow, just like any other vaccine out there. I think we saw vaccination a few months ago, so I think it's kind of early to rely on that article that say only for 6 months. So I think that as we approach the 6-month mark where we start to vaccinate it, we will find out if it lasts longer than that. Because before, they say over 1 year, now say 6 months. I don't think no one knows for sure. The thing is that we do not have any serology tests or antibody tests to check to see if you're still immune or you still have the antibody to a spike protein. That's what they're supposed to produce to make sure that that you still protected until the serology tests come out to prove that your the antibody to the spike protein is still there, and you don't really know. The current serology test does not detect the antibody for the spike protein that's supposed to prevent the virus from invading into the cell. So we can't prove that yet.
Okay. Yeah, because I think vaccinations started in December.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So within 6 months, June, so about 2 or 3 months, and I'm sure someone bright out there will come up with some quick serology tests that detect the spike protein antibody. So let's see if someone can come out with that.
Doc, we just saw national news that there's had some 15 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine were being, I guess, recalled or not rolled out because of problems they had in the manufacturing. Do you think that's going to affect us down the road at any point?
All the batch that coming out, they have a batch number, the lot number to it. So they should know which lot number have been mailed out to which location, but they track it very well. The question is the batch that was sent to Guam and to any other places belong to those lots number or not? If I'm sure if it's in that lot number, it will be recalled, and we cannot use that batch.
Right on. Anything in closing, Doc, as we head into the Easter weekend? We've doubled the social gathering limit from 25 to 50. Are we still telling people to be careful out here, or?
We still need to tell people that to be careful. You can gather, but if you feel sick, you have any cough and cold, any headache, any fever, chills, or any type of diarrhea, anything like that, just stay home. Respect other people and do not attend those events if you feel sick. And that's something that I think our island are doing very good. The people are very respectful to each other and doing that in the past few months. That's why we're doing very good. So we should continue to do the same thing. If you feel sick, just stay home and respect your family, respect your co-workers, respect your friends, and not attend those events if you feel sick. Because, and get tested in the clinic or anywhere if you feel sick, and protect yourself, protect other people around you. So Now, please still pay attention to your symptoms and have a good Easter. Okay.
Happy Easter, Doc.
Happy Easter, Doc.
Happy Easter, guys. Good fishing this weekend. Okay.
Yeah, you keep talking about it, but we haven't been out on the boat yet. So
I give you a call.
okay, thanks, Doc.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Okay. It's 8 o'clock. Viewers on KUAM TV, thank you for joining us on this Good Friday. Jake, can we run over the mass schedule again real quick before we sign off?
Yeah, so today's mass, let me get it one sec. Okay, Good Friday Mass today. Stations of the Cross Mass is going to be held down at the Cathedral. If you would like to tune in or like to attend in person. If you want to watch, we'll be carrying that on KUAM TV 11. So 2:30, Stations of the Cross, 3 p.m. Good Friday services. You'll also be able to watch in Facebook. The Cathedral's Facebook feed, which we proudly share, is stunning. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
And so you can watch that. Tomorrow on Saturday, the Easter Vigil is happening at 7 p.m. You'll also be able to stream it on Facebook Live. Share with your friends. Lots of people enjoy praying in comments. And then on Sunday, Easter Mass, there are 4 masses that are going to be held down at Cathedral. We're carrying the 9:30 Mass. So when you get up, enjoy Mass with your family, meet new friends, celebrate, rejoice, and worship together.
Thank you.
On KUAM TV, thanks to our friends at the Cathedral downtown.
Right on. Viewers on KUAM TV, we're KUAM FM, Agatna, Guam, on the Breeze 93.9. That's the radio part. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios. All right, we're back. It's 8:02. Let's go ahead and take a really quick break and come back with the news and Rear Admiral John Manoni right here on the link. Coming up. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Aircon babies and IT&E. Good morning. Jason Solis, Final Four.
Yeah, Final Four is going to be carried Easter Sunday on KUM TV 11. So if your team is still in and mine is not, oh boy, the upstart UCLA Bruins took out my Michigan Wolverines. UCLA, they actually lost the last 4 games of the regular season. I mean, they were going, all the way down, and then they have just been on a tear, and they are in the Final Four right now. They're going to take on America's team, Gonzaga. So they're going to play the Bulldogs in the second semifinal game. Houston is going to take on the number 1 seed, that school out of Waco, Texas. So they're playing the Baylor Bears. Sunday the 4th at 7:15 a.m. and then UCLA and Gonzaga at 10:30 or thereabouts. They are playing, of course, in Indianapolis. So Final Four action live on KUM TV 11. I know a lot of people's tournament brackets are absolutely busted this year. Most people were saying, okay, it's going to be like the typical teams. There were a lot of Cinderella stories.
Yeah. Who's a fave, though? Is it Gonzaga?
Gonzaga. And if Gonzaga wins, actually, they will be only the second team to go the entire season undefeated and win the national championship since Bobby Knight's Indiana Hoosiers in 1979.
I don't know anything about Final Four, sorry, but I did see John Fernandez tweet something about Gonzaga, so that's why I was like, okay, Gonzaga, right?
Okay, so
That's Tony Vivata's alum.
Yeah.
That's where he went to school.
Well, remember a former colleague of ours, Gracie Kyanam, when she started law school, she went to Gonzaga. But she even said, she goes, if you're an island girl and you like the interaction, Gonzaga, for those of you who don't know, is way out in the middle of nowhere in northwest, Washington, and I mean, you can get a lot of studying done.
Sorry.
It's a great basketball school.
Yeah, so that's going on Easter Sunday, so you can get your 50 family members, watch the Final Four.
Yeah.
While the family goes hunting for the eggs or cooking or whatever. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Guys,
the Zags look really good.
They do.
I got to tell them, I watched the Bulldogs play a couple times, and they've got 2 guys who are basically all Americans, and they've got athleticism, they got speed, they play lights out defense, and they can shoot with the best of them. So Zags obviously heavily favored.
Thank you, man. We're just talking about empanada, and so it's a Fishy Friday. By the way, go check Burger King for the BK Big Fish or the Impossible Whopper. And do you remember we used to have our intern Crystal from Rhoda would bring these sardine empanadas.
Oh man, they were so
good. So good. So I was just joking with a friend of mine who works at GPA, my friend B, because the road is closed up there in Upper Two Months. So all the GPA employees are trying to figure out how they get to their office, right? So I was like, oh, just come by through Harmon Loop Road and stop by and drop us empanada. But he was like, oh, empanada is chicken. Good out, by the way, B. But there was someone selling frozen salmon empanada from Molesso, and I missed the boat on that, guys. I'm so sorry.
Salmon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, sardine empanadas though?
Dude, it's so good, Jay.
You probably did. You have to have like a big glass of water because that sounds pretty salty though.
No, it was really
sardines
good.
aren't salty. What are you talking about?
No,
Have you ever eaten a sardine?
No, sardines are
First
quite
of all,
salty.
have you ever eaten a sardine?
I've eaten anchovies. I've eaten sardines.
Anchovies are the salty ones.
Yeah, but sardines are salty, are they not?
No, yeah, you're thinking of anchovies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to thinking about Final Four.
Yeah,
I gotta stay in my lane.
Thank you. Okay, so 8-11. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't get mad if you had salmon empanadas. That's all I'm saying. It's 8:10. Coming up, Rear Admiral John Manoni will also get Division of Environmental Health from Public Health, as they have been doing the inspections. They've actually issued a few tickets to various businesses. So we'll talk about that coming up. They also didn't issue tickets to a lot more businesses. So that's on the way. Right now, though, it's 8:11 on this Good Friday, the second day of April, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Alpha day, everybody. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division was activated to investigate a crash that occurred in Upper Tumon along Marine Corps Drive from Triple J toward the Department of Public Works. KUAM was on scene as medics and police responded. One person was rushed to the Guam Memorial Hospital. The individual's condition is not known at this time. It appears the car crashed into a concrete utility pole and then tore in half. Once we get more information, of course, we will pass it along. But earlier, the northbound traffic was blocked off. We're still waiting to see whether or not that is still the case. The governor signed 2 bills into law. Both were measures she had submitted to the legislature for consideration. The first bill authorizes the refunding of certain bonds backed by business privilege taxes. The administration says it will save over $20 million in debt service over the next 2 fiscal years. In her transmittal letter to the speaker, the governor stated, as our island weathers the economic uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 crisis, it is more important than ever that we work to stabilize our government finances. The second bill appropriates nearly $3.9 million from prior fiscal years to the Guam Fire Department's emergency E911 fund. The governor writes that, quote, this closes an unfortunate ordeal during which the money was improperly transferred from the fund during the Calvo administration. The legislation allows the returned money to be used for its appropriate purposes. Pratehi Liteksan has written a letter to Governor Lulian Guerrero requesting to meet with her to discuss the implications of an official and direct communications from the United Nations to the U.S. government, citing numerous violations against human rights and indigenous rights against the Chamorro people. The letter from 3 United Nations special rapporteurs asks for measures to be taken to halt the alleged violations and prevent their reoccurrence while the UN waits for a response from President Joe Biden. Additionally, Pratehi Liteksan is asking the governor to engage with the Department of Defense and Joint Region Marianas to request for a pause in all activities in order to prevent further violations. This request is urgent, and as the international human rights community casts its gaze on our island, we implore you to consider the substantial evidence of several violations of the U.S. government presented by the special rapporteurs in response to our filings made in August of 2020. News out of the Port Authority of Guam as Moody's Investors Service issued a credit report that removed the agency from credit watch based on strong finances, with financial stability expected to grow over the next year. The report also indicated that despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the port continues to have the same rating since 2018. The credit watch was issued last year due to the pandemic's potential impact on the port's finances. And here is more news.
When it's done, half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. 2 brothers lost everything in a home structure fire that occurred early Thursday afternoon in the Zero Down area of Jigo. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
I heard my neighbor saying there's fire here, so I ran out. My house was burning.
AJ George was next door at his grandmother's home when he saw flames engulf his home and smoke fill the air. He reported the fire, and within minutes, firefighters were on the scene. According to Guam Fire Department acting spokesperson Charika Chargaloff, at 11:44 a.m., GFD received the 911 call reporting the structure fire along Chalan Estrezas Zero Down in Jico. Units arrived on scene 10 minutes later, and the fire was out by 12:14 p.m. George has lived in this 3-bedroom house for nearly 4 years with his brother, who was also not home at the time. George, while still in shock, was at a loss for words, but his auntie Agnes Sweeney, who lives in close proximity, explains how the fire reached her residence.
Even me, partial of my house is burned, but the firemen able to come and they kill the fire from my house. It burned from the roof down inside, the ceiling and the roof.
Agnes says there are 17 people who reside in her house.
We were able to evacuate my mom outside and the children and all the documents we have.
The family is thankful that no one was injured, although feel devastated by the loss of one of their homes and all the belongings they were unable to save.
It's very hard, especially for my nephew, because he lost everything in there. there's nothing left for him.
If you wish to reach out and provide any assistance to the family, you can reach Auntie Agnes directly at 671-858-4060. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Is it coercion or a recommendation? Here's more on the alleged coercion of a CLTC land agent by Director Jack Haddock.
I am not comfortable, and he had coerced me into making the change. I did not want to do it, but I felt I had no choice because he forced me to add the request to transfer application rights over to him, despite what the law says, despite the opinion of the former Attorney General. I really did not like it. I felt he was asking me to violate the law that went against my moral code.
The Chamorro Land Trust Commission's February meeting took quite the turn when the commission began addressing constituent concerns, with land agent Lydia Tulu alleging that CLTC Director Jack Haddock coerced her into requesting the transfer of application rights from one constituent to another, despite the commission's rules and a former Attorney General's opinion, prompting CLTC Board Chair John Regis Jr. to table all relative constituent matters and launch an investigation.
We've addressed it with the director. What's paramount, right, is transparency, clarity, and openness and communication to ensure, right, that, none of this happens again.
But when asked about the status of the investigation,
I'd rather not discuss that piece right now because it is part of my report. But what I can say is that, I'm taking the necessary steps to move forward in how these reports are generated, on how they're reported to us. We're treating it as a personal matter, an HR matter.
Responding to the board on the allegations brought forth by Tulu, Haddock stated that he was making a recommendation, and although it appears that recommendation would be illegal, Governor Lulian Guerrero stands by her man at the CLTC.
I am very confident that Jack has not intentionally meant anything contrary to the laws or the regulations or the commission's instructions. So I have every confidence that Jack, in his deliberations, will also show that he has done everything within his authority.
More and more questions are being asked on the issue and whether or not it's an isolated incident. The Commission's decision to treat the matter as a personnel issue leaves much to the imagination, but when directly asked if the CLTC is covering up the incident,
There's nothing. I know because I'm doing what I need to do. I'm putting forward a process. I'm committed to making sure that none of this happens again. And there's nothing to cover up.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
The first payments won't be out till next week, but the processing of some 2,600 applications for emergency rental assistance continues. Department of Administration Deputy Director Bernie Gines has the latest update.
As of yesterday afternoon, close of business, we were able to review 910 applications. Out of that, eligible was 450. We've got ineligible at 302. And then we have about 158 which were incomplete. Incomplete, again, as we stated in the past, we're just seeking more information. They may, have included a family member in there, but then they didn't provide us some income in reference to that person.
Gines says the payments will vary, but she has processed one for as much as $22,000. The assistance covers rent and utility payments. Applications are closed for the first round. A second round is expected to begin in May. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Tyler. Guam recorded 3 new COVID cases out of 399 tests performed on Wednesday. To date, there have been a total of 7,810 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March of last year. There have been 134 deaths. 27 cases are active. There have been more than 7,600 recoveries. 3 cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. The CAR score is 0.2. A total of 2 COVID patients are hospitalized, one at GMH, the other at GRMC. To date, 31,737 residents have been fully vaccinated. Additionally, the Joint Information Center report includes Public Health's latest guidance memo relative to business and government operations restrictions under PECO 3, which authorizes several to operate at 75% occupancy. Meanwhile, businesses and services not authorized for on-site operations include reservations to celebrate public and private functions, including anniversaries, birthdays, weddings, and graduations, and eating and drinking establishments and other public venues where the total number of guests exceed 50 individuals, contact sporting events of all types and organized games, and senior citizen centers. What is being called a human error led to the contamination of millions of COVID vaccine doses. This comes as the Biden administration is launching a new initiative to convince people to get the shots when they can. Natalie Brand has more.
Johnson & Johnson has delayed shipments of its vaccine from a manufacturing plant in Baltimore after a mistake spoiled about 15 million doses.
It was human error. The FDA is investigating this. That plant has not yet been fully certified by the FDA.
Millions more doses are being tested to make sure they were not contaminated. CBS News confirmed that Biden administration officials have known about the issue for weeks.
You do have checks and balances, and you see that, and that's the reason why the good news is that it did get picked up. And as I mentioned, that's the reason nothing from that plant has gone into anyone that we've administered to.
Johnson & Johnson says it's still on track to deliver its contracted 100 million doses, and it hopes to do so by the end of May. The White House is ramping up efforts to combat vaccine hesitancy, unveiling a new multi-billion-dollar campaign. The push includes a network of influencers, everyone from sports stars to local faith leaders, aimed at reaching the most vulnerable communities.
In some communities, there is a concern about getting vaccinated. Some based on mistrust, based on history. Some based on just rooted in misinformation, of which there is a lot out there, and we need your help to combat that.
The White House continues to urge caution when it comes to relaxing social distancing measures. President Biden called out the Texas Rangers for opening their ballpark to full capacity, saying it's not responsible. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
The Guam Department of Education has launched the Providing Access to Homes, or PATH program. Starting next week, qualifying families will be able to receive 100% federally funded mobile wireless devices that provide 50 gigabytes of data per month to support distance learning. Now that the hard copy model of learning is being phased out, the support provided by the PATH program will allow many families to now make a smooth transition online. As part of the governor's share of education stabilization funding provided in the CARES Act, the governor set aside a sum of $8 million, which was allocated via a memorandum of understanding between the governor's office and GDOE to administer the PATH program. On Monday, April 5th, families who have applied and qualified for the PATH program will be contacted by their child's school with further instructions regarding the distribution of devices. And finally, just a reminder from the Guam Department of Education that there is no school on Monday. It is a flexible makeup day. Classes will officially resume on Tuesday, April 6th. That's your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month. Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Live Más.
Stay connected.
Maybe it's a perfume drifting through the air, makes your head spin out of control. Perhaps it's just the season, that could be the reason you never wanted her more. Maybe it's the skies reflected in her eyes, or maybe it's that bottle of wine. Could have been a kiss, I wonder what it is that's got you feeling so fine. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha.
It's Good Friday, 8:28. We did have a comment here about fully vaccinated travelers getting to skip quarantine and when that would go into effect. Dr. Ho had said that when we achieve the path to half, which is, what is it? Vaccination of 50% of the population, Bree?
Yeah, or 62.5 of the adult population fully vaccinated.
Right on. That's the target date for that is May 1st.
Right, but what happens when we do achieve it May 1st and they reopen travel? The path to half only calls for if you have a negative PCR test 72 hours prior to arrival, then you wouldn't have to quarantine whatsoever. So what they're discussing is the possibility that if you're fully vaccinated, that you would not have to quarantine and you wouldn't have to have a PCR test. But that's not official.
No,
it's
not
final.
But it's something that they're going to talk about more seriously if it does look like we're going to get the path to half. 8:28, Good Friday, April 2nd. Let's go to the phones here where we have Rear Admiral John Manoni joining the program. Good morning, Admiral.
Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina. How are you guys?
We're doing fine. How about you? How are you? It's been a minute.
It has been. Working hard. You know, it's there's the standard work that you do every day, and then there's always new, interesting issues that pop up. It's kept me busy.
Right on. And we'll just get right into it, Admiral. And I think one of the new and interesting issues that has definitely popped up over the last few days is this letter that the United Nations Special Rapporteurs have sent to the feds. I'm not sure which feds they sent it to, but basically, and I'm sure you know the story, is saying that the human rights of the indigenous Chamorros have been violated by this ongoing military buildup. I guess just first response to that, and then maybe if you could tell us what impact, if any, this letter will have on the current ongoing buildup.
So, good question, Chris. So it is nascent in its in the process where that letter goes to and who handles it, and that's so far above my pay grade and outside of my role here that I'm not going to really comment on that type of stuff. I want to reassure everybody that the Department of Defense, specifically with construction activities, since the onset of this buildup, have been in strict compliance and adherence to the National Historic Preservation Act, the 2011 Programmatic Agreement, and federal laws. I mean, you know that we're a compliance built organization, and we comply with policies and procedures. So that's what we do, and we try to be as transparent as possible with how we do those things. So hopefully that's helpful to answer that question.
Admiral, I did want to also ask about because I know there was some media that was trying to FOIA more information about these recent burials of ancient Chamorro remains on the build-up grounds. Can you tell us anything about that? Because information has been basically non-existent out of the SHPO, and they kind of flipped it back on you guys to provide the info. So what, if anything, can you tell us about those burials, the ceremony, the process, or anything at all?
So let me just talk to FOIA real quickly. You know, anybody can FOIA any federal government agency for information, and there's a process that's specific on how you do that. And when people FOIA for things, you can say, hey, I want all the emails related to the Navy, and that would take years for you to, because it's such a broad subject, and there would be a lot of back and forth before you could get those emails or correspondence to you. Or people can ask for a specific targeted thing, and that's what we try to do is help when a FOIA request comes in. We say, hey, what are you really looking for? Okay, that'll help us scope down what we're trying to find, because you probably realize there's massive amounts of communications across all different media within Department of Defense. So with respect to FOIA, we try to work through that process in order to get the person that's asking for the information exactly what they're looking for. Concerning what I can tell you about those, what was found up on Camp Blas, you know, one site, so one specific site was found. Within that site, there were 4 what has been characterized as grave pits. Now, I've seen the site, but I have not seen the specific skeletal remains. I have no need to see that. So there is, you know, the archaeologists ask people who have no need to see it to stay away. And so I honor that request. So within those 4 grave pits, you know, you could say, oh, there's 4 sets of human remains, but over time, we've determined that the archaeologists have determined that there's more than 4. I've seen the number thrown around as 12, is what people have seen. That number has not been finalized by the archaeologists. We've seen a preliminary report, and preliminary means draft report. That has been shared with the SHPO on what was found there. And then we're awaiting the final report. And once that final report comes out, then we'll work with the SHPO on how that's shared. At no time were those human remains ever removed from the ground. In fact, what some have characterized it as a reburial is a misstatement. All we did was recover up those remains. They were not exhumed or anything like that for examination. They were left in place at the recommendation of the archaeologists. And then finally, you know, we adjusted our build plans based on the request of the governor and the SHPO to account for this site, which will then be memorialized in some manner with some sort of a cairn to protect the site, and then some sort of signage or a plaque over the top to memorialize it. So is that helpful, I hope?
Yeah, Admiral. I mean, we haven't gotten really any info on it, so that was very insightful. Hey, what did you make, though, of the UN Rapporteur? I just want to go back to that real quick, because you had said that you guys are a compliance-driven organization, but there was a couple sentences in there about the military not getting prior and informed consent from the indigenous Chamorro people to conduct this buildup. And I think that was largely tied to our political status and what we're able to do and not do. But how would you kind of respond to that charge that you guys didn't have the proper approval to proceed with this entire buildup?
Well, you know, I would disagree with that last statement. We did have proper approval to proceed. We do, within within the National Historic Preservation Act and the programmatic agreement, we solicit input from all over. You know, we do town halls, we do public comment periods. You see in the media, it seems like almost daily, but it's probably once a week, postings of announcements of new construction, that this building's going up or this gate's going to be adjusted over here, and there's a public comment period on it. And so we welcome all substantive input. You know, there are some comments I've said many times on the radio that are just not actionable. You know, we want the entire military to leave Guam. That would be a not actionable, certainly by me, comment. But then there's some that say, like this burial thing, this burial site thing, where the government and the SHPO says, hey, we think we can do better to memorialize this and to preserve this site with dignity and respect, and we're open to that. So we really welcome public input into these processes.
Hi, Admiral Manoni. You know, one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on was if you could provide us, you know, we hear a lot about what's happening with the vaccinations outside of the military base. But so, yeah, I wanted to know what's happening with vaccinations of service members and their dependents.
Well, you know, if I can get a public shout out here,
Okay.
I got to tell you, I think Guam and the CNMI, but you know, I'm closer to Guam here on island, is absolutely crushing it with respect to COVID response, mitigation measures, and then vaccines. You know, I constantly look online to see who's leading in terms of percentage of total population that's immunized, or the gross number of shots that are going into people's arms, and Guam and the CNMI are typically at the top of the list. So my hat's off to GovGuam and DPHSS and the guardsmen that are supporting that over at UOG and elsewhere on that. In addition, my hat's off to the effort to continue to do testing, to truly understand the environment, and looking at those numbers when we're seeing less than a 1% positivity rate. Sometimes it's like 0.2, 0.3% positivity rate of large numbers of tests. That means we're doing things the right way, and kudos to everybody who's, you know, participating in that. Concerning DoD, we just moved into what's known as phase 2 of our schema on vaccinations, which basically is persons 18 and above that are DoD beneficiaries. So that includes everybody. That's not just the active duty personnel or very targeted civilian servants. That's everybody that is a beneficiary of Naval Hospital or 36 Medical Group can go get a vaccine as long as they meet the age and health requirements. That's going really well. We're leading the way in terms of percentage of shots on island to shots in people's arms. But we're not at 100% of active duty personnel. I think we're at 40% active duty personnel roughly right now, and we'll see where we go when we are in phase 2. So I'd say, you know, to characterize it as a success story across the island in terms of maintaining people's health and then getting shots in people's arms.
Well, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, so we had a story yesterday with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Union. There was a contract that had been held by DZSP, which was then awarded to, was it Invicta?
Invicta Defense LLC, based out of Texas.
Right, and so the DZSP, I guess, with the union had a collective bargaining agreement, and from what the union rep was saying, senior employees and existing union members who had been with DZSP were supposed to be given preferential hiring treatment by the new contractor. But do you guys wade in on any of this stuff at all, or do you keep eyes on it, Admiral?
We keep eyes on it, and we try to, in fact, we're obligated to ensure that anybody that we contract with adheres to federal law and federal regulations. So that's kind of our role. As far as, contractor labor disputes, we don't get involved in that specifically, and certainly that is not my role. I can't really comment on that part of it.
Can you provide any updates on the TR, the Theodore Roosevelt? I want to say it was like, it's been a while since we heard any update on, I think it was a sailor or sailors that were flown here or medevaced here.
Sure. So Theodore Roosevelt, which is Guam's aircraft carrier, I think I've heard it characterized as. I think it was in March, early March or late February, during surveillance testing. So we test some percentage of the crew every week on our ships and in our commands to make sure that we're keeping whatever infections at bay. On a surveillance test, an individual was identified as being COVID positive. Now that individual was asymptomatic, had no issues, but kind of was tested and COVID positive, goes into some sort of isolation. They do contact tracing, and they ended up finding 2 additional sailors that were COVID positive. Again, all asymptomatic. Those 3 sailors, out of an abundance of caution, were flown off the ship and were seen at Naval Hospital Guam and then isolated on Naval Base Guam, and none of them ever showed symptoms. And they are now, considered fully recovered. The ship actually tested pretty much every other sailor on that ship. So I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's thousands. Mm-hmm. They didn't find a single COVID positive out of the rest of the ship. That ship has stayed at sea. It has come by Guam here and there to pick up supplies and things of that nature, spare parts, maybe some personnel transfers. But that ship stayed on mission and is out there kicking butt right now.
Are the sailors back on the TR that were flown here?
I don't have I imagine they are, but I don't have that information in front of me. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Sabrina.
No problem. I wanted to know if you were able to talk about this, the PDI, the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. There were a few hearings in D.C. Last month with the Indo-Pacific Command Chief, talking about the PDI and the important role Guam plays with the threats from China.
Sure. So, the Pacific Defense Initiative is similar in nature to the European Defense Initiative, where it's a funding stream that is provided to the theater commander. In this case, it would be Indo-Pacific Command, to resource initiatives across the theater that they determine are important to safety and security, and in our case out here, a free and open Indo-Pacific. So that's kind of the overall program, this Pacific Defense Initiative. And you've heard me say this before, and I'll say it again. Guam is strategically important to the United States, to our military, to the people on Guam by virtue of its location way out here to the west and by virtue of its terrain. Being able to support multiple airfields, including the international airport, and a sheltered deepwater port. So it's very key terrain. And then from my perspective, and I know from Admiral Davidson's perspective, these are U.S. citizens. These are our people here on this island. So that's why it's important to us. So I'm very encouraged by his testimony where he advocated to the Congress on behalf of Guam. And he's trying to advocate to the Congress to get resources to best defend Guam, to keep it safe, and to deter any aggressors from trying to come and do bad things here. So I'm happy he said what he said, and I fully support that.
I remember watching that and how he was. You're right. He was defending Guam and expressing our importance. But I'm wondering if you could just explain, just in layman's terms, this Aegis Ashore system.
Sure. and I'm not going to go into details. Really,
Right.
it's a homeland defense system. One of those types of system has been characterized as Aegis Ashore. And Aegis really is a system of systems that provides defense from airborne threats coming to Guam. The Aegis system has been used on U.S. Navy ships for more than 50 years. It's evolved. It was developed, I think, in the 60s, and it's evolved over that time. So much so that our allies are using this system also. Very close allies out here in the Indo-Pacific theater. Essentially, it's a system of systems where you have radars, computer systems, sailors or soldiers or Marines or airmen manning those systems, and then some basically anti-missile systems, whether that is a missile to hit another missile, a directed energy system, or something else that hasn't been conceived of yet. So that kind of is it in layman's terms. It requires land. The intent is to put that land or put these systems on federal land that we have today. So think Naval Base Guam or Anderson Air Force Base. So hopefully that helps explain it a little bit better and maybe set aside any concerns at this point.
But this Aegis Ashore system, it differs from the THAAD,
Right. Yeah.
in that it provides a 360-degree shield. Is that right?
That is true. And what the Aegis system, as I said, it's been developed over 50 years. It can incorporate other systems into it. So it doesn't necessarily replace THAAD or other systems. It can incorporate them and be complementary to and provide a better defensive system, 360 degrees for Guam.
I think in that hearing you're talking about, they had expressed some issues with the effectiveness of the THAAD, right?
Well, no, they were saying that the THAAD, it's mainly for threats from North Korea,
right?
Where the Aegis, and I think it just points.
It shoots a missile to a missile
from North Korea, where Aegis would be like all around. I think.
Admiral, I wanted to just go back to the public comment and input. So this is one of the big concerns and issues being raised by a lot of the activist community. In the outside of the public comment period that's available online, why do you think a JRM doesn't entertain the option of like public hearings or forums outside where people can come in real time, real people? If you have these outcryings for public comment and input, do you think it would behoove a joint region to kind of quell some of that by giving people an opportunity in the spirit of cooperation and partnership to voice the concerns that they have in a public forum?
So, Chris, we've done that in the past. We've actually had town hall meetings. We've had public hearings down at the legislature. We've had things at, if I remember correctly, UOG, or maybe it was at the museum. So we welcome all this public input. Now, sometimes some of these events turn into, a spleen venting or a session where we're not being provided information or requests that are actionable. They just want to protest against the military, and that's not necessarily helpful. I get it that certain people may be upset about things, but the standard for communication isn't that you give me your opinion and then I act on that opinion and implement what you told me. The standard for communication is that you tell me what you think, somebody else tells me what they think, I look at the data, and together we come up with an informed decision. And a decider decides and makes a decision, but fully informed. And so, some of this is you didn't listen to me because you didn't implement what I told you to implement. Well, there's not much I can do with that. I'll never be able to convince that person that we actually did listen and try to incorporate their thoughts into whatever project we're talking about. So we're always open to that, Chris. I hope people understand that I've tried to be as transparent as humanely possible on this stuff, but some people just don't want to hear it.
So when are you, I guess, shipping out to your next assignment?
PCSing, they call it. Bree.
PCS? Is it PCSing?
Yeah, so PCSing.
Both work, because I am shipping out, but PCSing, permanent change of station, looks like it'll be sometime in mid-June. They've announced my relief, Rear Admiral Select Benjamin Nicholson, who we're just starting to talk with, and we intend to get out here to do the meet and greets and make sure that he is up to speed on all the stuff that we're trying to work on here on behalf of Guam and DoD partnership.
What are you going to miss most?
Oh, geez. How much time do we have? I'm serious about that. Y'all know, I think I finished up 8 years here on the island. Now I'm starting my 9th year. So I've lived on Guam more than I lived in my home, or probably equal to what I lived in growing up in Chicago, in terms of time. I don't know, the sunsets, the sunrises, seeing Venus in the morning when it's nice and dark out, the massive rainstorms, the booney dogs that are all super friendly, riding my bike, the blue water, the amazing coral, the friendliness of the people, the fiestas, hearing the church bells go off, the trade winds. The military family, what do you want me to say? I miss it all already.
What's your message or advice that you would give that you can share with the public to your successor?
I'll tell them, I'm definitely going to tell them, I've said this many times, is that, regardless of, sometimes you have parts of the population that are less supportive of the DoD mission out here. The majority of folks on Guam are supportive. They show amazing hospitality. They're super friendly. They're extremely polite. They are concerned, so you have to listen to those concerns. Try to be as transparent as you can, understanding that, we can't break the law either, but you try to tell people what you think, tell them what you know, tell them what you don't know. That type of stuff, continue to be out there in the community and try and be a part of this community and not just somebody sitting on top of Nimitz Hill.
Well, we certainly thank you. I know it's been a long, year for all of us, and as you leave, but I feel like you've made that connection, especially, seeing you at the press conferences, last year with the governor when things were just going kind of crazy with COVID. So just thank you so much for your accessibility, also for coming on this show, and we wish you the best of luck. We still have time to get you back on before you leave. So thanks again.
Hey, you're welcome, Sabrina. I got to tell you, I think you probably heard it in my voice when we talked about what I'll miss. The last time I got pretty emotional over anything was when the Cubs won the World Series in 2016. I am probably going to have a tough time when I leave this island, so I appreciate you, Chris's, and everybody's hospitality and friendliness.
We'll talk to you again before you leave.
Okay.
All right.
Great day.
All right. Happy Easter.
Rear Admiral John Manoni, right here on the link. That's a good get, Bree.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because he has been really accessible. Like in the past, we've never really had that kind of ability to.
Well, we didn't have
with,
it with what's her face again? Shoshana
Admiral Shoshana Chatfield.
Shoshana Chatfield. Yeah.
But with Admiral Manoni, we've all been through a lot together.
Yeah. I mean, there was this spirit of partnership during the pandemic with him going on with the governor, and the governor, really bragged about that relationship that she has with the Admiral and Indo-PACOM?
Indo-PACOM.
Indo-PACOM, yeah. And I mean, obviously, these issues, there's so many issues with the buildup, but I mean, he's going to say what he's going to say because, he's an admiral. And, the best we can do, I mean, I'm never going to say I'm grateful because I feel like everyone should just be accessible and transparent, but we ask the questions and he answers them. And, whether or not people are satisfied with those answers, they're not. So, but good anyway. And who's his replacement? Rear Admiral Select Benjamin Nicholas.
I believe that's what he said.
Yeah. Okay. So it's 8:55. We're going to take a quick break, guys, and we're coming back with Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Environmental Health, and also the PIO, Janela Carrera, on the way right here on the link. Good morning.
Join us.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
The military doesn't want to hear us. You've ignored lawmakers and local legislation. You've ignored the voices of 25,000 in opposition. There's been no consent for the destruction. It's easy for you to just come and go, but we have to live with your decisions. Anti-Hope writes, please leave. So, yeah, I was curious what he said about the UN rapporteurs. And, oh, nice. We're getting a Fishy Friday drop in a couple minutes, guys. So basically he said that it's above his pay grade and it's going to be worked out in the channels wherever with the federal government between them and the UN. So I guess we'll keep you posted on that. But anytime you could get an admiral on to like even answer a question, it's a good opportunity to find out what they're thinking, where they're going. It's 9 o'clock, KUAM-FM. I got you, Guam. Good Friday. Hey, welcome aboard to Jack in the Box. I want to shout out to Jack in the Box for supporting the Link programming here. Appreciate it so much. And so since it is a Fishy Friday, Good Friday, if you're into that kind of thing, you can check out Jack in the Box's fish sandwich and deluxe fish sandwich combo. It's panko-crusted wild-caught Alaskan pollock fish fillet. Grab one at your local Jack in the Box today. Mike, how was that? It was awesome. I've actually dabbled a little bit in the Jack in the Box fish sandwich. It's good. It's big and I had to do mouth stretches just to fit it in. I almost had to put it in sideways. Yeah. What?
You already got a big mouth.
Oh wow. Thanks. I guess my Easter spanking came early. It's 9:01. Let's go to the Zoom room now where we have sitting by the Administrator for Division of Environmental Health, Malou Scroggs, and also the Public Information Officer for DPHSS, Janella Carrera. Good morning, ladies. Good Friday.
Happy Friday. Happy Good Friday. Good morning.
I guess we'll just start with Malou. Janella had sent over some of the more recent inspections that you guys have done. Do you care to kind of expand on that a little bit?
You want the citation tickets or just the regular inspections?
We can start with the citations because you guys haven't stopped, right? Doing the nightly inspections for COVID violations.
Yes, Sabrina and Sabrina, we are regularly conducting a regular inspection and COVID compliance inspections. And as of today, there are 13 citation tickets that were issued to businesses. It's not only health regulated establishment, but other kind of business. So far, there's one that already paid the fee, and 2 businesses didn't show up on their scheduled appearance at the court, and 2 contested. So one is already a hearing is already scheduled for one, which is on April 23rd. One is pending schedule, and there's 2 that's scheduled to appear yesterday, but we didn't hear from the court, so we're still following up on that.
Wow. And are you finding some of the people that you've, businesses that you've issued citations to, are they repeat offenders?
There's only one repeat offender, and that's the establishment that didn't show up on the court appearance at the scheduled date that they have to appear at the court. And so the traffic violation bureau will issue a notice to appear, but we haven't heard from them if it was already issued, and we're still following up on that.
And what are you finding, like a majority of the citations that you're issuing? What are the violations? Are they just not wearing masks or exceeding the capacity limits?
The most common violation that we're seeing is social distancing and not wearing face masks. That is the common violation that were cited of these 13 businesses.
And do you have like a breakdown? Are they mainly like bars and taverns, or are they restaurants?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 4 bars. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 restaurants, 1 childcare, 1 funeral home. Let me correct that. On the bar, there's 7 bars.
Oh.
And 7 bars, 3 restaurants, 1 funeral home, and 1 childcare.
You said 1 childcare facility?
Yes. Yes, because of the childcare, children 2 years and above, they are required to wear a face mask.
Oh, so when inspectors went there, they saw children without the masks
Yes,
on.
correct.
Out of the 7 bars, were any of them repeat offenders?
There's 1 repeat. There's 1 bar that repeat violator.
I know when we.
It's the same violation: social distancing and not wearing masks.
I remember when we had you on, was it last month? You were talking about having to pair the inspectors, male and female, because of when you respond. Sometimes the owners or the people that are there, they kind of give you guys a hard time. Are the inspectors still experiencing that?
Lately, so far, no. After our last interview with you guys, so far I didn't receive any complaint from our health inspectors.
And so you guys are still going out nightly?
Not nightly, because mostly bars doesn't open on Monday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and that's when you don't see violation. Normally you see violation starting on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That's when we really go out. But if there are complaints, then we go out every night if there's complaint to address.
Are you guys, as we prepare for tourism or travel to reopen on May 1st, are you guys going to, what are you guys doing to prepare for that? Because we'll probably see, more, I don't want to say more, a whole lot of people coming to Guam, because not a lot of people are traveling. But how are you guys preparing for that?
Okay, our role on that is we're tasked to review the COVID mitigation plan of those businesses that are applying for the Safe Travel Certification and the World Trade Center stamp, something like that. So Visitors Bureau has been forwarding COVID mitigation plans of those businesses that are applying for the certification, and we're doing the review of those plans. As of today, we received already 25. Of the 25, 19 were already approved, and 6 are pending revision and submission of their COVID mitigation plan.
Okay. Well, aside from the COVID inspections that you do, you still do these sanitary inspections. I wanted to follow up on what is the status of American Bakery? Have they since reopened?
Yes, they reopened. I just don't have the exact date, but they reopened. They met all they corrected all the violations that were cited during the closure.
Right. And what was the process? I think it was the inspectors have to go back like 2 or 3 separate times, right? To conduct
I think we went back 4 separate times because the first follow-up, they said they were ready, but we still observe. That's when our health inspector saw a rat running across there, running across from the warewashing area. He even took a video of that.
Oh,
Then
can we get the
another
video?
follow-up. Then another follow-up, we still see signs of presence of pests, and also the report of the pest control company still indicated that there's still signs. So we didn't reopen them on those follow-ups. So on the 4th follow-up, that's when we feel that they corrected the pest infestation.
Man, Malud, I got to go back because you said that when your inspector went back to re-inspect the establishment, they saw a rat.
Correct.
Wow. Does that happen a lot? Because the rat, I mean, guys, if you see the rat, that means there's a lot of rats. Because the rat, it's very hard to see. You hear it, but they don't really come out and be like, hey, what's up?
And he was fast enough to take the video. I don't know how did he do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That rat was taking his time. Them rats was like comfortable. They're like, yeah, go ahead, get a selfie of me.
Especially during the daytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, wow.
So you said 4 inspections. The first 2, there was evidence of the rats, rat, whatever. The 3rd one, that's when things were okay, and then the 4th one, everything was good, right? So don't you have to have like back-to-back inspections?
They also submitted 3 consecutive days a pest control report that it's not showing any more infestation or pests.
When did they reopen the bakery?
I just don't recall. I think they were closed for almost 3 weeks or 2 weeks.
Okay.
I just don't have the date with me, the report with me.
All right. Anything else, Malou, from environmental health?
We continued receiving complaints, and we've been addressing timely, and also we are continuing. We've been receiving a lot of requests of events. People, this organization, just like concert, and that's making us busy. The one that making us busy at this time is reviewing of businesses' COVID mitigation plan, because we're already on peak or 3, and there's a lot of restrictions that were lifted and new requirements. So we've been going back to these businesses and require them to update and submit their business mitigation plan.
Malou, how do we have a concert?
Yeah. We can do concerts now?
We did not approve any.
Okay.
So what I
This
mean,
is an outdoor. This is an outdoor music concert that, but we didn't approve it. We haven't approved any events that is more than 25. Now it's 50. So
but they're trying, right? So when they, when like for example, this outdoor concert, when they submit the plans to you guys, what is it about the plans they're submitting that is leading to the not being approved?
because the guidance is specific, Chris, that social gathering or congregation is only limited to 25. Now it's 50. So how could you have an event that is more than 50 and be approved by public health unless the governor will open up everything? Then
But
that's
what
the
about?
time they can.
Let me just ask you this. So the governor, lieutenant governor had a fundraiser, but they were able to entertain 23 guests at a time in different shifts, right? So what if I held a concert, but it was like 50 at a time, or, you know, because obviously it was very creative of them to have that fundraiser and work around the protocols. It was creative, let's just face it. So are we seeing any of that same creativity with these plans, or are they just saying we want to have a concert and it's going to be 1,000 people and approve it?
No, there's only one event that I think that is the triathlon, that 25 on a certain time and another 25 on another time, but it's in the same day. But at first it was disapproved because it's about 50 participants. So later on they revised their event plan and lessen the number of participants to 25 in just like maybe first 30 minutes and then another 25 in another 30 minutes or an hour.
Malu, just to clarify, are you talking about plans that were submitted for the governor's reelection fundraiser?
Say that again.
I just wasn't clear. Were you talking about the plans submitted for the governor's reelection fundraiser, that it was 25 at a time every 30 minutes?
No.
Oh.
This is a sports event.
Okay, got it. So did the reelection committee have to submit plans to you guys for this fundraiser, or no?
Any event, they should have a COVID mitigation plan and submit it to public health.
So they did, the reelection committee.
I don't remember receiving one.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Malu.
I hope we didn't get you in trouble there, Malu. Sorry. You know me. Anyway, let's just move along quickly then, Janella.
Yeah,
quickly. This never happened, guys.
Thanks, Malu.
Nothing to see here.
Moving along.
Yeah, Janella, I guess on the other side, so we got the DEH stuff. Are there other aspects of what public health has got going on that you want to share with us?
Sure. Yeah. So today we're at the Senahanya Gym. We have our village-based vaccination clinic going on today. We're offering up to 120 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, dose 1 and dose 2. And then next week, Monday, we're resuming our COVID-19 testing, our community testing. It's going to be at the old carnival grounds in Tees and Barrigada, and we're doing up to 150 tests. Just want to remind the community that if you are bringing your minor child, if you're a parent or legal guardian, you do have to make sure that there is identification for that child and that you're signing a consent form on behalf of that child. So that's just something new that we're implementing because, we've seen some people come in and we can't verify the identification of that child. So again, just want to encourage the community to come out. It's been a little slow at our village-based community vaccination clinics. And, we're not really sure what that is, whether it's because most of them are going to the UOG field house or there just hasn't been enough awareness about it. So just want to encourage the community. And then next week, Monday, we're at the Mongmong Totumaiti mayor's office for vaccination. And then on Tuesday, we're at Telefofo, and on next week, Friday, we're at the Asin Maina mayor's office for vaccination. This is for the village-based vaccination.
Is there
So that's our calendar.
any other special vaccination clinics that Public Health is going to be partnering or hosting for the FSM community?
Yeah, that's something we're planning right now. We're eyeing, and I don't want, well, yesterday we had one for the FSM community, but that was at GRMC, and that was for dose number 2. And this is for those who received dose number 1 on March 12th at GRMC. So there was one yesterday. And then for those who received it on March 28th, this past Sunday, we're looking at the possibility of having a dose number 2 clinic for them. But also I know that AMC is working in partnership with the FSM community. And so we're looking, so there's multiple plans going on right now. So we're looking at one of the target dates is possibly April 18th. But that's not finalized. That's just something that we're looking at as a possible date for the FSM community. And then we're also working with the Palau community, trying to see if there's something we can do for them as well. So definitely we've been in discussions with the FSM community. The Palau community definitely want them to lead the project as well, be a co-leader in these events. But we're working with the AMC clinic this time, because they weren't part of the one on Sunday, this past Sunday. But AMC, GRMC, and of course Public Health, we really want to do something for our FSM brothers and sisters.
Any update on whether or not the April shipment of the vaccines have arrived?
Not yet. I did check to see if possibly our Johnson & Johnson vaccines have arrived, but so far we have not heard anything yet on the arrival of any of the vaccines. But we are looking at the potential of an increase of vaccines for the month of May. I just don't have the finalized number, but the good news is hopefully for the month of May, we will see more vaccines. So that's the good news. But today is Friday. So I'm definitely going to follow up to see, if we've received any of our vaccines for April.
Okay. By any chance, have they started the vaccinations of the inmate population, the detainees over at Department of Corrections?
Yeah, the last I checked, we were coordinating that, or GMH was coordinating that, because GMH is the contracted medical provider for DOC. So I know that they were already beginning the coordination for that for DOC. And it was supposed to be the GMH nurses that were going to be administering the doses, but I'll have to follow up to see if it's already begun. And that was late last week when I last heard of it. So I'm hoping that already sometime this week the process either has already started or they've begun scheduling it. So I'll have to follow up with our GMH contact to see if that's already started.
What about we asked you about this about a month ago, I think, about the isolation facility and moving it out of the hotel and into a smaller facility, or possibly even doing like a combination quarantine isolation facility.
Right.
What's the latest?
Right. So as of right now, we're still using Bayview, but what we did do is that the floors that were having concerns, and I think it was the third or fourth floor, we moved all the patients that were staying there up to I think it was the 6th floor. And so we're not using the 3rd floor or the 4th floor, which is a floor where we were having reports or getting reports of ants and, pests. So we closed off those rooms, and we're not using those rooms for patients. And so we moved them to floors where we know that there aren't any issues or concerns being reported. In the meantime, while we try to work on moving patients to the DUCIT. But that is still being worked on, and at this time, the patients are still being isolated at the Bayview.
And so when, if we achieve the path to half by May 1st, and people are getting the PCR test, the negative test pre-arrival, and there's no need to quarantine, what is the plan then for the Dusit being used as a government quarantine facility? Are we still going to keep that in place and pay, all this money for the facility?
That's a great question. And I think that's something that needs to be discussed as to what we'll do with the Dusit or the government quarantine facility. I would think that maybe there may be some instances where we might still need a quarantine facility for those who may not meet the requirements of being able to quarantine or bypass quarantine. I don't know that Dusit would be the facility. That's probably something that needs to be discussed, at the executive level. When we meet past to half, there may still be some individuals that may still need to be quarantined, depending on the situation, depending on whether or not they meet the PCR negative test. They may come in and not have a negative test on hand. So I think it really just depends on the discussion that needs to be made at the executive level.
Okay. And so, something also I just wanted to follow up with what Dr. Hoa Nguyen has been talking to us about is the possibility that if you're fully vaccinated, you wouldn't need the negative PCR test, and you wouldn't need to quarantine at all. What are you hearing? Is that something that we might actually see be implemented after May 1st?
I have not been part of those discussions. Okay. With regards to CDC recommendations, my understanding is that when they made the recommendation that if you're fully vaccinated, there is no need to quarantine. It was a recommendation for fully vaccinated individuals not needing to quarantine, but it was not related to travel. So that was my understanding, unless something has changed since then. But with regards to what Dr. Nguyen was saying, I'd probably have to listen back to it. Okay. But I'm not too familiar with what he was, talking about.
Okay. Anything else from public health? Anything you needed to get out to the public?
Yeah, I just want to. There's again Sinahanya today for our vaccination pod. MTM Mayor's office next Monday, Telefofo on Tuesday, and Asin next week Friday. But for COVID-19 testing, we're at the Tizan Carnival Grounds next Monday, 9 to 12. So and of course our schedule is we issue out in the JIC release, but always look to our media partners. We rely on them to get the word out, just like KUAM. I know that you guys have always been, great partners in spreading the word out for us.
Thank you for that, Janella. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Janella. Thanks,
Thank you, Malou.
Happy Easter.
Watch out for them rats. I'll see you.
Bye.
Happy Easter, Malou.
Thank you.
Okay. That's just crazy. I mean, to see the rat, first of all, that's a thing, because I've had issues with rats before. Not where, anyway, I don't want to get too into it. But to see it is one thing, but usually when you see it, it's like, oh, was that a rat?
Yeah.
You don't see it like it's posted up, oh, let me get out my phone and let me press record. You know what I mean?
And the rat's like, what's up?
Yeah, the rat's like, hey, what angle? No, I'm an up angle. Get me from the up angle. 9:29.
I'm glad we're going to, we segue from staying with the animal kingdom, so we're going from rats to talking about manta rays.
From rats to rays.
Yeah.
Right on. And so that's coming up next year with Jason Solis. It's 9:29. Good Friday, April 2nd. The show again brought to you by Jack in the Box. Curly fries. That's Lent friendly. There's never a bad time to enjoy Jack in the Box's newest $3 sauced and loaded curly fries. With new slow-smoked bacon available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. Also brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and for all my Aircon babies, you know who you are. 647-COOL. It's 9:30. Good morning, good Friday.
Looking for TV
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
All right, here we go, Julie. All right, welcome back to The Link on this Good Friday, and it is a very good morning to bring a good friend into the program, someone who we have not had on The Link, and someone who I personally have admired her work from the Micronesia Conservation Coalition, my dear friend Julie Hardup, who is... Julie, I want to make sure we get this politically correct. Do you prefer Manta Mama or Mama Manta? Because you advocate on behalf of these majestic, elegant creatures.
Well, they've kind of nicknamed me Manta Mum, like M-U-M, like English, because I belong to like a global Manna Trust, a group of scientists that study mantas all over the world. So they've kind of nicknamed me in England, you know, it's Manta Mum. So that's kind of what they've nicknamed me.
Which is really interesting.
To everyone here, I'm Julie.
Yeah, and I mean,
Or
I know,
Auntie.
Growing up on Guam and, being someone who, like I love the ocean and, my father was involved for many, many years in tourism and the hospitality industry. And you always saw, we've got, there's jewelry, there's T-shirts, there's, there are little stuffed animals and everything like that. We celebrate the shark, the turtle and everything. But manta rays were not one of the common creatures that we would have this reverence for and everything like that. But they do have a very strong presence on our island.
They do actually. And, when I first started studying, I was actually going to do my master's kind of on the yak mantas. And then my professor was like, you should really do them on the Guam mantas. So when I started, it was like, no, all we knew is like, we sometimes see them at Gum Beach, and that was it, and I spent a lot of time in the water and trying to figure out, well, how am I going to find out? This is going to be the longest master's ever. because I can't, I'm not seeing them. So where are they? So I really these are big animals. And I thought, well, I know that they eat the smallest things in the ocean. So they're planktivores. And so I know that they always have to eat, and they have to eat like 12% of their body weight.
Mm-hmm.
So I really concentrated on how I'm going to find it is really based on where their food is. And so that's kind of how I took my angle to actually learning and studying about our Guam mantas.
And when it comes,
we do have a very small population. So we do have them, but in terms of like relationships to other areas, a small population is considered like 300, and we have 58 individuals.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, it's small.
And now when it comes,
but they're ours.
And now when it comes to the ray families, we've got the manta rays, the stingrays, and the angel rays.
Yeah.
Is our proportion of mantas? I mean, I've seen stingrays obviously, like on Guam. You see those every once in a while. I'm not sure if I've ever seen an angel ray.
I don't know about angel rays. I know that with the manta rays, they're related to like eagle rays. So eagle rays are the really pretty ones, have like the pointed, pointed noses.
Those are the ones with the face.
Yeah, and but then we also, their manta rays are actually what we call mobulas. And we do have mobulas. So, it's really, mobulas are more oceanic. And they actually did all this like genetic study, and they made it where mantas, mobulas are all together in one family.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just recent. I mean, all this really with manta rays and studying them is really groundbreaking, because we really haven't had many studies before. So like genetics, all those kind of things, how they relate to one another. So for us, it's like brand new information that we're gathering and learning more about. And really our Guam mantas are adding a lot to that in a big way. And something people Julie didn't really encourage at first.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to point out was last year, obviously, it was so hard on all of us humans, our side of the animal kingdom and everything. But I saw so many people on social media, everyone was staying home and they were staying inside doing what we had to do to combat coronavirus last year. But there were a bunch of people from the Tumon to Mooning areas who were sharing these videos like right around Tumon Bay, and particularly like near Ipoh Beach, and they were like, hey, look, I've got these videos of these manta rays and you can see them clearly. And one, I didn't know that at least on that side of the island, like that's where they would habitate. And then two, I was completely unaware that mantas could actually go in water that shallow. I always thought that, mantas were, kind of maybe deep water creatures. So, I mean, education for me. Did you see a lot of those videos on Facebook, on Instagram?
Yeah, for sure we did. And we saw,
You probably posted your share too.
Actually, I learned early on in my research not to use social media a lot in terms of like what I was doing, because they're so charismatic and people want to see them. Like, for instance, if I posted up a picture that I was going to Gum Beach to try and, see our mantas and see if I could collect some what we call IDs. And so each manta has like a unique spot pattern on their belly. Mm-hmm. And I would go out there and I'd have people who were following me on social media. All of a sudden I'd have like 15 people there. And so I couldn't actually do my work. And so I realized early on not to kind of post what I was doing in terms of research, because it was really impeding it. But in terms of like what happened in terms, and where everyone's in lockdown, yeah, it was pretty crazy. So we're all in lockdown. And then finally, when we kind of can get some exercise, all of a sudden we had tons of pressure on the sites, the manta ray sites, because now everyone was that's all we were doing. I mean, that's what I was doing. I was watching you guys 24/7. I just wake up and turn you guys on, and, everyone's all on social media. And so the site where we have these, which is actually the mantas, and they're coming in to feed off of fish spawning aggregations, which is a whole new different, which is so incredible anyway for our fisheries, really got shared. And now it's just out there, and it's being shared on chats. And so now we're getting huge amount of numbers. We're getting wave runners, we're getting boats. And it's gone from maybe a nuisance to now this is really impeding on the environmentally on the fish and the manta rays, but also as safety. This is a huge safety concern. And then of course you have the science part of it as well, because if you had 35 people show up in your office, it'd be kind of hard to get your work done.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's what we're finding right now.
Now, being a woman of science, of course, measurement is like one of your the tenets of your work. And have you done any research so far? I mean, we're only into the 4th month of the year, but basically because last year was a wash and so many people stayed in jet skis and boats and canoes and what have you, we stayed out of the water. Did the population get it? You mentioned spawning, and has there been like a little bit of a repopulation?
Yeah, so what's happened, what was incredible is, you got to realize I've been doing this since 2012. Was kind of my first target dates to go over the reef and look at these fish spawning aggregations. And that my whole hypothesis was that these mantas were going to come in and feed off of them. And so to do that, I had to figure out when these fish are spawning. And these are food fish for Guam. I mean, these are your Hidzuk, your Hamilton, your Kitsu. I mean, our MPA is doing what it's supposed to do. And it's beautiful to see because there was a sacrifice for that locally, And so I have been, documenting it for this long. And we never had fish that were spawning as late as they did. They just kept on spawning. And so when kind of things eased up a little bit, and then we still had the spawning, some people last year were being able to swim with the mantas more, and they were in the aggregations and stuff like that. But that was incredible. So that was a whole new thing. It's like, okay, well, if we know that there's something that is allowing these fish to spawn longer, what is it? Is it not having jet skis in that area, or, is it the water temperature? Is it, what are the factors going into it? And
were the fish possibly playing like an underwater
question.
version of, Marvin Gaye's "Let's Get It On" or something like that, and the fish were just in the mood? Or?
Yeah, exactly. Some Billy White, playing it. So, and what's so incredible, the more that our team are in the water and we're able to collect data, we get what actual time the fish are spawning, how many mantas are coming in. Are they male? Are they female? Are we getting babies? I mean, that's another thing. We found that Chumon is actually a nursery site. So we're finding this is very critical habitat, not only for our fisheries, but for like the population of manta rays.
Okay, well, Julie, let's go ahead and wrap with this.
It's been really incredible.
Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap with this, because as we, as a society, continue to return to hopefully like a normal way of life, there is that, industry goes back, people begin, to frolic in the water again, and you will need more people to help you out, the Micronesian Conservation Coalition. So if people would like to get in touch with you, find out more about the research that you do, or even volunteer or contribute, how can they do so?
Yeah, we're just really pleading to just kind of don't come out in droves, don't come out in big, huge groups. If you're bringing little kids, please put life jackets on. I haven't even taken my own 14-year-old daughter, and I've been studying it for, 10 years. So because it's so sensitive. And what we're seeing, I'm so concerned that it's going to take a death. And I think for those of us who have lived here long or are local, know that can be a very dangerous site. And we've had deaths there, and so that's one of my big concerns. I just want to see people to do it safely and just be conscious that we just can't have these the kind of amounts that we're having all at once, or it's going to really affect it.
Okay. Well, and then final statement, I guess, is, also, ladies and gentlemen, these creatures are very, very beautiful. They're very elegant. But, as Julie has educated all of us, these are still wild animals. And when you go in the ocean, you're in their turf. I mean, talk about castle doctrine and everything like that. They are going to defend, their home. So, please appreciate the animals, gaze at their beauty, but, try not to disturb them, and certainly don't make them mad.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on.
Okay, Julie, I can't wait to interview you. Come in for KWM News Extra when, the world goes back to normal again, because your work is certainly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
All right. Happy Easter to you and your family. We wish you the best.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Okay. We continue right here on the link, and we got a couple things that we want to show you guys, including. What do you say, Chris? We've got Sports Link and we got One Micronesia.
So we're gonna actually go with the One Micronesia podcast preview with Victorious Falan. When does this debut on the social, Jay?
It's already on. We have got the One Micronesia podcast already on YouTube, and it will be on Facebook Live tomorrow at 10 a.m. And Vic is interviewing Nicole Yamase, who has made international headlines by being the first Pacific Islander to voyage to the bottom of the deepest part on Earth. She went 7 miles down, my friends, to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. So she was representing our culture. And I didn't even know this, but Vic, during his interview, they were high school classmates, Vic and Nicole. Yeah, so they're very, very old friends, and they caught up. It's a lively conversation. And here's a snippet of what you want to see on the One Micronesia podcast.
It's brought to you by Taco Bell. Dong.
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell. Live Mas. Hafide guys, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. This episode, I don't think she even needs introduction anymore. I think the whole world has heard her story by now, but I am so fortunate to get her on the show to talk more, get in depth of how the trip was for her. I'm talking about the one and only, the first ever Micronesian, the first ever islander to have ever gone deep into the Marianas Trench. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming our guest for this episode, Nicole Yamase.
My name is Nicole Hokulani Yamase, and I am from the beautiful islands of Pohnpei and Chuuk in the Federal States of Micronesia. So currently I'm a graduate student in the Marine Biology graduate program at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in the Botany Department. My research focus is on the effects of climate change on native and invasive macroalgae. As a Micronesian, as a Pacific Islander, as a daughter of the ocean and a descendant of navigators, the ocean has and will always be a part of who I am. The Micronesia Conservation Trust, in partnership with the White Institute, asked me to be a part of this expedition.
Welcome everybody to the pre-departure meeting for this, our next dive to Challenger Deep. This time we have Nicole, and she's going to accompany Victor down to the bottom of Challenger Deep.
Most people don't realize that the Challenger Deep is actually the territory of the Federated States of Micronesia. And if one assumes that only 3 Chinese have been down to the bottom, out of the 19 people that have been to the bottom of Challenger Deep, no one from Micronesia has ever been there, and it's their territory. So I thought it appropriate that we actually invite someone from the Federated States of Micronesia to go down. Our intention is to go to where the Trieste dove more than 60 years ago, which is the western pool of the Challenger Deep.
So I just want to extend my deepest, sincerest gratitude on behalf of the Federal States of Micronesia, the whole Micronesia region, Micronesia Conservation Trust, and the White Institute for allowing me to be a part of this expedition. So, Kalangan Lap, Kiriso Tapur, Kamagar, and Kulo.
She made history. I'm just here just to hear her
We're
story.
making history.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the one and only Nikki Yamase, who is the first islander Micronesian to travel to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome this wonderful, awesome lady to the podcast, who's also a friend of mine. So, Nikki, welcome to the podcast.
Victor, thank you for having me. It's great to see you again since 2007.
I know.
Xavier High School, Mabuchi.
It's been a minute, pretty much. I mean, we've all graduated, did our part at school. We graduated, and everybody just off to a great start. I mean, look at what you're doing. You're continuing, you furthered your education, and look where it got you, all the way to the bottom, the deepest points of the earth, pretty much. And you did it to for education wise, and you also did it for your family, your friends, and you did it for the whole region of Micronesia represented. Talk about representation. Back in Xavier High School, it's all about pride. man, you did show pride when you go down. I don't know how many feet. I'm gonna just let you get into details of how many, like how long and how deep that went. But honestly, Nikki, welcome to the podcast, and it's such it's really such an awesome thing to get you on here. So, Nikki, before we get to the trip, and I know everybody is waiting to hear your story. I just want to get to know you. I mean, I know you, but for those who don't know you, let's just get to know you a little bit. So let's tell the people who are listening and watching where you're from and what you've been doing these past couple of years.
Okay, so I'm from the beautiful islands of Pohnpei and Chuuk in the Faroe States of Micronesia. Like Victor said, we knew each other from Xavier High School. So I attended Xavier High School and graduated in 2009 and then moved out here to Honolulu right after to attend Chaminade University of Honolulu, where I got my BA in biology and BS in environmental studies. And now I'm currently at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in the marine biology graduate program as a PhD candidate. So still in school.
Hey, still in school and still doing amazing things, Nick. Don't get that wrong. You're doing such an awesome thing, and you're making everybody out here proud. Just to see somebody take that big step. That's a huge step. A huge dive. Let's put it that way, because. So, Nikki, so you're there. You're studying. Let's talk about marine science and marine biology. Why that? What of all the fields we graduated from high school, you could have went anywhere with any field. Why marine biology?
So I first learned of climate change and became aware of all these environmental problems at Xavier High School because one of the classes we had to write an essay. I knew I wanted to go into the conservation area, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to do marine biology or terrestrial. So at Chaminade, during my summers, I attended summer internships. My freshman year, I did a summer internship at the University of Hawaii. It was a NSF-funded internship called the Undergraduate Research and Mentoring in the Biological Sciences. During that summer, I studied fish, more so the fish that were caught for aquarium trade. So I did a lot of snorkeling, fish surveys in Waikiki, at Coconut Island, in Kaneohe Bay. And from that summer, I was like, okay, that was really fun. Now I know what it's like to do marine biology research. Next summer, I'll do something different. How about, the Native American and Pacific Islander research experience in Costa Rica, which I did. And there I studied frogs. Very different. But then, after those 2 summers, that gave me a better idea of what I was really interested in. Studying frogs in Costa Rica was really fun, but really the ocean was more for me, I felt. And that's how I started narrowing my interests to marine biology. And then the next summer, I went to the University of Miami for another internship with the Leadership Alliance. And there I started research on macroalgae. So this was the beginning of it all with my dissertation focus, marine plants. The next summer, I did 5 years from my undergrad. So my 4th summer, I returned to the University of Hawaii and continued my studies in macroalgae. And my mentor during that summer internship, Dr. Celia Smith, is my current graduate advisor. So all these summer internships and experiences led me to where I am today in graduate school. And so my summer project that I did as an undergrad is currently developed. It developed into my dissertation now.
Wow. Like all those years that you put in all that hard work, it really is paying off. I mean, you're not done yet. I mean, you're still on your way to getting that doctorate, the PhD, but wow, look at all the things that you had to accomplish, the experience you had to go through. But it's I think the amazing thing was that you always had this whole longing for the ocean.
Our social media networks of KUAM. It's a great interview with the awesome Nicole, who
they went to school together.
Yeah, with Vic. That's so neat. And then she was able to go down to the bottom of the trench. If you follow her on Facebook, she's got a bunch of cool videos and kind of documented the whole journey all the way to the bottom, it's just kind of funny. Because I remember last year, that was last year. So I went out and I interviewed Victor, this guy's like a venture capitalist billionaire who's got, so much money to play with that he bought this, I think it was like $110 million for this, the vessel. And they're going around to like the 5 deeps.
The Challenger Deep?
Yeah. So no, it's not Challenger
No,
Deep.
that's James Cameron, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going around on this 5 deeps thing, which is like the 5 deepest points in all around the planet. So it's really cool to go and check out the whole deal they got on the boat and then on the submersible too. But anyway, about a month after he did that interview, they were trying to get some of us to go on this mission that they did out to the trench, but because of COVID and all that stuff, we couldn't go. So that's why it's like pretty cool to watch this, because it could have been any of us in here. Except, do you get seasick?
Not if I take my Dramamine.
There you go. All right. Well, we better start stocking up on Dramamine just in case.
Wait, will you even get Dramamine if you'd be under the water, right?
Yeah, but to get out to the trench,
Oh.
you got to like go on the boat.
Oh, is that how boats work?
That's how boats work.
Well,
yeah.
see, the one
Yeah.
thing that
it's like the highway for the boats.
The one thing that I'm so impressed about Nikki is that probably on the Wikipedia article about the Marianas Trench, there's going to be like a little footnote or like a little line that says, and the first person of Micronesian descent to make it all the way to the bottom was Nicole Yamas. And I
Yeah.
think that's super cool
It's
to be on
just
Wikipedia.
freaking
like
amazing.
that.
Awesome.
That's for all time.
Hey, let's do Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King on this Fishy Friday. Check out the BK Big Fish or the Impossible Whopper. They're also celebrating their 32nd birthday. And we were able to enjoy some BK yesterday. All right. And so check
I remember
it out.
in 1989 when Burger King made a glorious return to Upper Tumon. That was awesome. I remember that.
Right. And so it's Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, love, time to get up. I think you've been sleeping too long. My day started when you were still yawning. But you just ain't enough when it's two folks trying to get along. But it's hard to leave you alone. Ooh, love is always better when we take time to get back to who we are. When we are apart, distance makes the heart grow. Even when I'm lonely, happy knowing that your love is never far. When we are apart, distance makes the leaves on the trees fall. It makes the hours of the day long. Make me wanna clear my head, find a little cafe and write the words to a song. And I know that I'm still free, be anywhere that I'd rather be. Maybe get dressed up, wear something little pretty that you ain't ever seen. Ooh, love is always better when we take time to get back to who we are. When we are apart, distance makes the heart grow. Even when I'm lonely, happy knowing that your love is never far. When we are apart, distance makes When you love, it makes it hard. When you trust, it makes it hard. When you call, it makes it hard. When we're alone, when we're apart, in the middle of a fight, walk away to make it right. Where we go, never far, in the light or in the dark, on a plane, up in the stars, in the movie or at the bar, home alone or out to tea. Look to your heart and think of me. I wanna love you, don't wanna try to change the pace of your life. We get together, make it good. We get together, ooh, hey love, time to get up. I think you've been sleeping too long. My day started with you, it's still your name.
Burger King, proud to present Cover Me. Well, guys, it's been a great Holy Week with you.
Yes.
Good job, Sabrina.
Good job.
Jade, let's go over the Mass schedule one last time.
Yes, masses are going to be today. The Stations of the Cross will be starting at 2:30. We'll be sharing that on our Facebook page. Mass is at 3, and you'll be able to watch that at KUM TV 11 and on Facebook. That's down at the Cathedral. Tomorrow on Saturday, the Easter Vigil will begin promptly at 7 p.m. You'll be able to watch that again on Facebook. And then Sunday's 9:30 Mass, we'll have that on KUM TV and on Facebook again. So it's a wonderful way to worship not only with your fellow villagers who you go to like a parish with, whether you're at the cathedral or not, but Chamorros, Guamanians in general from all over the world. Everybody can celebrate Easter together as one family.
Amen for that. And happy Easter to you and yours. Happy Easter, Bree.
Happy Easter.
Wait, can we show what Bree just walked in here and gifted us with?
Yeah. And also, just want to let you
Look
guys
at this,
know.
guys.
This is really cool, Bree.
Bree just walked in during the segment when I was interviewing Julie about the manta rays, and she dropped off these solid chocolate bunny ears. And excuse me, it's a Dove chocolate.
Oh my God! And
Somebody
it's
got a
solid,
raise recently,
right?
Yeah, right.
Somebody must have invested in Bitcoin.
Oh, you got jokes now, Jay? You want to do a whole stand-up thing, or you just got that one?
Somebody cashed in their Bitcoin.
Good job, Mike. Happy Easter, my friend. Master Control, thank you guys. Remember, we got your back with our primetime newscast at 6. And also, in case you guys are looking for something this Easter, I mean, obviously you can gather up to 50, but I just wanted to share this message we got from the Tamuning Mayor's office. They're having an Easter extravaganza goodies drive-through for kids up to 11 years old. This is happening tomorrow, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Tamuning Mayor's office. And we ask that everyone remain in their vehicles as a goodie bag will be given to you. And we hope to see you all there. Happy children and happy Easter. So thank you, Mayor Louise. It's 10:02. We're leaving you with our friend David Delgado from the KUM sports team and Sports Link. Again, Link fam, thank you so much for jamming with us on this Good Friday and during a Holy Week. And remember, we talked with Father Paul, Pastor Joe, as we head into Easter, this time of renewal and reflection. We wish a safe and blessed Easter to you and yours on behalf of everybody here, not just on the Link, but with KUAM.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter, Guam. Again, Sports Link with Double D right now on the Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.
Bye.
Sports Link, brought to you by Cure Alkaline Water.
IIAG Boys High School Tennis from the National Training Center in Harmon. FD's Arjan Sachdez defeated Harvest Christian Academy player Kenny Farrell 8-6 to advance to the semifinal round. Sachdez will face Harvest player Anthony Grigori in the semis after Grigori defeated Father Duenas Friars Ted Cho 8-0. St. John's Armand Sachdev also made it to the semifinal round behind his 8-0 win over Guam High's Ezra Schuerman. Sachdev takes on teammate Justin Joseph for a chance to get into the finals. Joseph beat out fellow teammate Jacob Jackson in the quarterfinals 8-6. The St. John's Black team finished the IIAG girls beach volleyball season undefeated with a 6-0 record. The team also finished with 17 matches won.
For a lot of us, we didn't think that we were going to be able to play. So just being able to, even though it's a shorter season and whatever, like it really is just a blessing to get to play like a sport we love, like for our senior year for like the last time.
Tylee Shepard and Ostia Mendiola cruised to a 21-8 first set win in their playoff opener against their St. John's teammates. Mendiola and Shepard never trailed in the second set.
And so when we heard that beach volleyball was going to be the first sport back for many of us, it was really exciting. And of course, because it's like limited space and limited time, practices were very minimum. But every time we had those practices, we worked really hard. And so going into the season, we were really ready for what had to come to us.
Ever since we were like in middle school, we always played outside league in Hagen together. So we kind of already like built that chemistry, and we've known each other like basically our whole lives. So we have a really good chemistry and we know how each other works. So it wasn't too hard to like adjust playing together, but yeah, like I think that we're pretty good together. Just going into All Island, we're hoping to keep the momentum, not let ourselves like just chill out because the season's over, and just continue to work hard and hopefully get to the championships, third place, second place, first place, all that, yeah.
The Teason High Titans defeated the JFK Islanders in boys high school Easter League volleyball. Teason picked up the 3-set win, 25-19, 25-7, 25-19. With the win, the Titans improved to 6-2 on the season.
Today we played a little bit more confident and ready, so because it's the second round, so we practiced hard. And also another big difference, their captain Dean got injured, so that's also a big difference to the game, and also like the energy that they were playing. So I really like feel empathy for Dean and the team.
Teason looked loose on the court, getting after every ball. The boys were having fun, leaving it all on the court against the top seed Islanders.
Yeah, we didn't need to struggle as much as other games. We had our mental game there, so there was no need to get flustered. So it gives us more room to have fun. For us, what was working is our good motion, our transitions, our passing. Sometimes it wasn't all there, but we still pushed through with everything we needed to.
The Titans will hit the court again on Thursday when they take to the road facing the Simon Sanchez Sharks in Jigo. One of Guam's biggest basketball clubs are back in business. Guam Elite and their extended family are back in the gym putting in work after missing out on the game for nearly a year. It's good to see the kids working out again.
Guam Elite's awesome. I wish we had that when we were younger. You know, we didn't have a lot of options, so it's great to see that the kids have an outlet where they can learn correctly from the beginning and develop and, you know, make Guam on the map.
The first day of training was just to get the kids back into the groove of things. Coaches on hand helped with footwork, dribbling, and some shooting drills.
The kids have been stationary at home for most of them, so it's good to have them get back out here with the proper protocol with Guam Elite and put forth the effort to climb back to what we call normal prior to the pandemic. As a coach, it's my first year coaching Guam Elite, and I just feel it's a great chance for me to give back to the community, give back to the youth who are going to eventually perpetuate the sport of basketball and grow us even further.
Guam Elite's program exceeded expectations with well over 100 kids already enrolled into the 2021 season. The age group caps off in the 16 and under division and begins with players as young as 8 years old.
This is her first sport she's going to be playing in a while, and she was nervous, but she is excited to get out. And we were wondering how she'll do today, but she's having lots of fun, so we're excited as well.
Make sure to follow Guam Elite on Instagram and stay updated with all their practice days and times. For more information on how kids can register, check out GuamEliteBasketball.com. Practices for 8 and under and 10 and under start at 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. 12 and under will start at 5 at the Guam Sports Complex gym. Congrats to Guam's own Big Tone for a successful showing at the FQ Classic held in Las Vegas. Tone is coming home with 2 gold medals for his performance at the powerlifting meet. His 1,812-pound total was good enough for the top spot in the men's 275-pound open. His numbers on the platform consisted of a 672-pound squat, 460-pound bench, and a 672-pound deadlift. He beat out 5 other competitors on his way to the first place finish. Big Tone went on to say, I know my numbers will be broken one day by some person in the gym, and I'm okay with that because I'm out here making sure that Guam gets the recognition it deserves. I didn't build the sport on Guam. I just took it to another level for the island. Spoken like a true champion, congrats again on another milestone for the sport. In other news, Guam Football Association donated cases of basic necessity items to victim advocates reaching out at the GFA National Training Center in Harmon. The contributed items were from a week-long community donation drive organized as part of GFA's celebration of women's football during the month of March that began with the AFC Women's Football Day on March 8th and also included a health and wellness fair for women, a roadside cleanup and bus stop adoption by the Guam U20 women's national team, and the ISH Island Soccer Hunt contest, among others. Teason's boys doubles one team has only one loss in the past 2 seasons. Senior Luke Certeza and junior Christian Legaspi are 6-0 this season with 1 match left before playoffs.
Honestly, I'm really grateful that we get to play this season because majority of our team is actually comprised of seniors. We have like 7 out of maybe like 10 of us. So to have our season back this year is just amazing, and I'm really glad that we get to play and we get to see other teams play, and I'm just really glad that we made it this far.
It's really great. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, my very first season, it wasn't that great. My record wasn't that great. So through the years, as I developed more and as a player and got more wins, it's honestly a really great feeling to have a senior year and a senior season.
The Titans defended home court against Sanchez, winning 8-5 yesterday afternoon.
We're both pretty outgoing, so we're really good at communicating with each other on the court. You know, I've seen that in our matches, I'm more of the strategical and he's the power. So combining those two together, I feel like we're pretty unstoppable there.
Teason wraps up regular season play on Thursday against the Islanders at JFK. Experience, consistency, along with Certeza's serving power will be key.
It's definitely our grittiness. So over the summers and over like any breaks we have over the weekends, we usually go out and play tennis or, you know, work for 1 to 2, 3, 4 hours until dark, grinding our game, getting our service better, getting our volleys better, getting our forehands and backhands way better. Through practices, we work really hard. So this final season and heading into the playoffs, it's more so like execution. Definitely a lot more consistency needs to be there. But overall, so far, I think we have it going for us.
Playoffs start next Tuesday, April 6th, with this year's ISA Boys Doubles Finals taking place on Thursday, April 8th. In Olympic news, Guam wrestler Ethan Agagi will be leaving Virginia Tech on April 30th to head to the African and Oceanic Olympic qualifier to be held on April 3rd and 4th in Tunisia, Hammamet. Wrestlers will be hitting the mat in freestyle and Greco-Roman events for a chance at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Ethan will be representing Guam in the 125-pound division. Guam will also be represented by Mia and Raquela Aquino. Coach Mariano Aquino will be traveling with the team as they compete in the 4th Olympic qualifying event. The top 2 wrestlers in each weight class will earn an Olympic berth. Agagi says it's been a long time for Team Guam, and we're ready to book some tickets to Tokyo. Big thank you to everyone who supports Team Guam, and most especially the GNOC. Boys and girls IIAAG singles tennis finals were played at the Tumuning Courts. After a rain delay, the consolation game started first. In the boys division, St. John's Justin Joseph defeated FD's Arjen Sachdej 8-3 for 3rd place. In the boys finals, St. John's freshman Armin Sachdev finished his season perfect at 6-0 following his 8-4 win over Harvest Christian Academy's Anthony Gregorier. In boys doubles A, Harvest players David Che and Kaisi Clark defeated FD's Nathan Toves and Christian Lobaton for this year's title.
We were breaking each other a lot, and so I just needed to get a couple of good serves. And when I got those good serves, I won my serve, and I just kept going from there. Next season, there's still the same guys, even more guys coming. You still gotta work hard, keep up the hard work. Me and Anthony were pretty close, you know. We play a lot of games together, and we're always on the court together. He's a good guy. And I really love that we can all be here, you know, and I'll enjoy it.
In the girls' singles consolation match, Harvest player Kim Nyan beat Academy's Lola Martin 8-4 for 3rd place. In the finals match, Two-time defending champion Kaya Malakuti, representing St. John's, took to the court against Academy player Maria Gregorie for the title. Malakuti would end up winning the title with the 8-2 victory. In the girls doubles A, the Harvest team of Asia Baladia and Paige Matanonia picked up the win over fellow Eagles teammates Sophie Espaldon and Randy Ann Atento for the championship title.
Having a season after such a long year is really nice because we've been stuck at home for quite a while and didn't really have opportunities to get out the house and spend time with friends and coaches. So to have a season and be able to finish it, being fortunate for that is really nice, and it's a great feeling.
Winning 3 titles and heading into her senior year next season, the multi-sport athlete says it's something she would have never imagined.
Tennis isn't my first passion, but I really love the sport. So having fun with it and being able to win at the end of the day is just, something unforgettable.
SportsLink, brought to you by Cure Alkaline Water.